Эрмитаж, так же как другие главные музеи мира, это энциклопедический музей, это энциклопедия, которая рассказывает о разных культурах, и весь смысл – это диалог культур.
Эрмитаж идеально подходит как площадка для подобного форума. Это прекрасная возможность рассказать о том, что интересного и важного мы делаем.
Открываю международную фотовыставку «Я здесь живу».
I was expecting to meet journalists from around the world and other photographers.
Having discussions about their own cultures.
Really interested in seeing a lot of the different projects.
And that's exactly what has happened.
I'm very proud to be here with my pictures.
It's definitely a good place to set up the dialogue of culture.
The world is full of people telling you who to believe they are. Well, we thought we'd tell you who we're not. Let's start here. We're not in shipping. We don't make lifts. Seriously, no lifts. We do this. We're good at this. And we make all of these. And even though you'll find us here and here, we don't make energy. We make you save it. And you'll be saving the environment too. Are we an internet company? Well, we connect and power just about everything around you, helping machines talk to each other and to you, making your world more personal. We're seeking out the big questions and answering them honestly. Like, how can we make the most of our energy and resources? Or can we make access to energy and digital basic human rights? We're real people, employees, developers, partners, investors, and inventors, all passionate about doing what's right. We're open. Humans of all sorts from all over, learning from each other and about each other. We're not here to save the world. It'll go on with or without us. We're here to be your digital partner for sustainability and efficiency, to ensure life is on everywhere, for everyone, at every moment.
Эрмитаж, так же как другие главные музеи мира, это энциклопедический музей, это энциклопедия, которая рассказывает о разных культурах, и весь смысл – это диалог культур.
Эрмитаж идеально подходит как площадка для подобного форума. Это прекрасная возможность рассказать о том, что интересного и важного мы делаем.
Открываем международную фотовыставку. Я здесь живу.
I was expecting to meet journalists from around the world and other photographers.
Having discussions about their own cultures.
Really interested in seeing a lot of the different projects.
And that's exactly what has happened.
I'm very proud to be here with my pictures.
It's definitely a good place to set up the dialogue of culture.
The world is full of people telling you who to believe they are. Well, we thought we'd tell you who we're not. Let's start here. We're not in shipping. We don't make lifts. Seriously, no lifts. We do this. We're good at this. And we make all of these. And even though you'll find us here and here, we don't make energy. We make you save it. And you'll be saving the environment too. Are we an internet company? Well, we connect and power just about everything around you, helping machines talk to each other and to you, making your world more personal. We're seeking out the big questions and answering them honestly. Like, how can we make the most of our energy and resources? Or can we make access to energy and digital basic human rights? We're real people, employees, developers, partners, investors, and inventors, all passionate about doing what's right. We're open. Humans of all sorts from all over, learning from each other and about each other. We're not here to save the world. It'll go on with or without us. We're here to be your digital partner for sustainability and efficiency, to ensure life is on everywhere, for everyone, at every moment.
Эрмитаж, так же как другие главные музеи мира, это энциклопедический музей, это энциклопедия, которая рассказывает о разных культурах, и весь смысл это диалог культур.
Эрмитаж идеально подходит как площадка для подобного форума. Это прекрасная возможность рассказать о том, что интересного и важного мы делаем.
Открываю международную фотовыставку «Я здесь живу».
I was expecting to meet journalists from around the world and other photographers.
Having discussions about their own cultures.
Really interested in seeing a lot of the different projects.
And that's exactly what has happened.
I'm very proud to be here with my pictures.
It's definitely a good place to set up the dialogue of culture.
The world is full of people telling you who to believe they are. Well, we thought we'd tell you who we're not. Let's start here. We're not in shipping. We don't make lifts. Seriously, no lifts. We do this. We're good at this. And we make all of these. And even though you'll find us here and here, we don't make energy. We make you save it. And you'll be saving the environment too. Are we an internet company? Well, we connect and power just about everything around you, helping machines talk to each other and to you, making your world more personal. We're seeking out the big questions and answering them honestly. Like, how can we make the most of our energy and resources? Or can we make access to energy and digital basic human rights? We're real people, employees, developers, partners, investors, and inventors, all passionate about doing what's right. We're open. Humans of all sorts from all over, learning from each other and about each other. We're not here to save the world. It'll go on with or without us. We're here to be your digital partner for sustainability and efficiency, to ensure life is on everywhere, for everyone, at every moment.
Эрмитаж, так же как другие главные музеи мира, это энциклопедический музей, это энциклопедия, которая рассказывает о разных культурах, и весь смысл – это диалог культур.
Эрмитаж идеально подходит как площадка для подобного форума. Это прекрасная возможность рассказать о том, что интересного и важного мы делаем.
Открываем международную фотовыставку «Я здесь живу».
I was expecting to meet journalists from around the world and other photographers.
Having discussions about their own cultures.
Really interested in seeing a lot of the different projects.
And that's exactly what has happened.
I'm very proud to be here with my pictures.
It's definitely a good place to set up the dialogue of culture.
The world is full of people telling you who to believe they are. Well, we thought we'd tell you who we're not. Let's start here. We're not in shipping. We don't make lifts. Seriously, no lifts. We do this. We're good at this. And we make all of these. And even though you'll find us here and here, we don't make energy. We make you save it. And you'll be saving the environment too. Are we an internet company? Well, we connect and power just about everything around you, helping machines talk to each other and to you, making your world more personal. We're seeking out the big questions and answering them honestly. Like, how can we make the most of our energy and resources? Or can we make access to energy and digital basic human rights? We're real people, employees, developers, partners, investors, and inventors, all passionate about doing what's right. We're open. Humans of all sorts from all over, learning from each other and about each other. We're not here to save the world. It'll go on with or without us. We're here to be your digital partner for sustainability and efficiency, to ensure life is on everywhere, for everyone, at every moment.
Ринат Низамов, я не хочу ошибиться. Да, да. Я думаю, что это один из ярких представителей новой генерации журналистов, руководителей огромного количества медиапорталов. Я очень рад, что он присутствует здесь. И, может быть, он задаст вот этот важный разговор, тон по поводу, мы тему назвали «Постковидное медиапространство» и вместе с тем и трансграничные проекты. Пожалуйста.
Спасибо. Так, Владимир Николаевич, как слышно? Отлично. Хорошо. Нам выделили по 7 минут, и когда Ашот обратился ко мне с предложением выступить, я, честно говоря, несколько потерялся, потому что кажется, что кого-то учить, рассказывать – это дело не самое благодарное, но Ашот сказал, что будет много молодежи. Смотрю, на первом ряду сидит Владимир Николаевич, думаю, где молодежь-то? В общем-то, но видно молодежи, и пока готовился пока ехал в Питер, открыл свой iPhone. У меня даже будет какая-то просьба вот к молодежи такая. Если телефон есть, откройте, пожалуйста, посмотрите в настройках, где есть экранное время. Есть у вас такое? Я обалдел. Слушайте, я открыл и посмотрел, в каких приложениях я больше всего провожу время.
Так.
Кажется, что плюс-минус, ну, у вас с Владимиром Николаевичем там будет пенсионный фонд, что такие, онлайн, что-то такое, наверное.
Владимир Николаевич.
Все простите, Владимир Николаевич.
А ты как ярко выразил его фамилию, ты заметил? Вот тебе ответ.
Прошу прощения, но это при огромной любви к вам.
Я понял, я понял.
Посмотрел, у меня 49% это Инстаграм. Дальше второе место это Телеграм, потом ТикТок, потом Скайп, по-моему. Я не знаю, вот у вас сколько? Вы же не посмотрели? И в Инстаграме? В телефоне? Это всего, а там ниже приложение, Владимир Николаевич. У вас на «Комсомольская правда.ру» на первом месте. Но в целом я ехал и думал, если даже я 95% времени в телефоне провожу не на сайтах, а мы делаем больше всего сайты, да, то что же я приеду молодежи рассказывать о том, как мы делаем медиа онлайн? И мне показалось, что правильнее будет рассказать, что мы делаем в Инстаграме. И если можно, мне можно презентацию включить? Потому как наш Инстаграм по всей сети, я представляю сеть городских порталов Шкулев Медиа. Это самая большая сеть городских медиа в стране. Мы подходим к 3,5 миллионов уникальных посетителей в сутки, представлены во всех крупных городах, кроме Москвы. И активно занимаемся привлечением молодой аудитории. В общем-то, та, которая, как мне кажется, в Роспечать за газетами уже стала ходить немножечко реже, телевизор включает реже, радио еще реже слушает, да и в принципе онлайн-медиа тоже читает не так часто. Я предложил Ашоту рассказать о том, что мы делаем в Инстаграме. Мы классические онлайн-медиа, что-то делаем в Инстаграме. И пандемия показала, что рост нашего бизнеса, а я в целом директор и отвечаю в меньшей степени за редакционную политику, а в большей степени за бизнес. И Инстаграм на сегодняшний момент стал, в целом хорошей точкой роста для нашего бизнеса. Мы по сети уже зарабатываем плюс-минус 1,5-2 миллиона рублей в месяц только в Инстаграме. В общем-то, 12 мая прошлого года мы радовались, что у нас 200 тысяч подписчиков в Инстаграме Е1. Я подобрал примеры именно из Е1. Е1 – это екатеринбургский наш ресурс. Таких ресурсов по стране довольно много. И вот как раз в разгар пандемии мы отпраздновали 200 тысяч подписчиков. 12 апреля мы отпраздновали 300 тысяч подписчиков, ужасно этому радовались. И, в общем-то, я пока ехал сюда, решил посмотреть, а что же мы делаем такое в Инстаграме, что помогает нам расти как в подписчиках, так и в деньгах. Ну и для онлайн-медиа очень важно, что Инстаграм на сегодняшний момент является примерно 20% трафика на весь наш сайт. Когда стало контента про коронавирус очень много, мы завели хэштег Е1 про коронавирус и увидели, что это стал самым популярным хэштегом в нашем Инстаграме. Мы увидели, что случился первый зараженный коронавирусом. Это было, видите, 17 марта 2020 года, день рождения моей мамы. И первый зараженный в Екатеринбурге. Собственно, с этого момента мы начали ежедневно вести динамику по зараженным и видели, как только ради этого в наш Инстаграм стали приходить подписчики. Следующий формат – это, наконец-то, наша власть стала популярной. Губернатор Екатеринбург, губернатор, мэр – это самые популярные персоны в городе и в регионе стали в те дни, потому что от них зависело все. Они могли закрывать города, открывать города, рестораны, фитнес-центры и так далее. И надо отдать должное чиновникам, ну вот, например, бывшему мэру Екатеринбурга Александру Высокинскому, который стал выходить в стрим для нашего Инстаграма каждый четверг, каждый божий четверг на протяжении полугода. Мэр выходил в прямой эфир в Инстаграме и отвечал на вопросы наших подписчиков. Эти эфиры собирали по 3-4 тысячи онлайн-зрителей, которые смотрели эти эфиры. Дальше мы увидели, что народу-то в целом заниматься дома нечем, и мы запустили интерактив с читателями. Ну, любые. Ну, вот на этом месте группа «Чаев» с нашими читателями поет свою известную песню про то, что оранжевое настроение, сегодня мы остаемся дома. Но вообще мы попросили читателей на тот момент: присылайте нам все, что у вас сейчас происходит. Вы балкон оборудовали под кабинет, дайте фотки. Вы набили холодильник гречневой кашей, а туалеты туалетной бумагой, чем-нибудь. Покажите, как это у вас происходит и так далее. И, в общем-то, открыли портал ВАД, потому что нам ежедневно приходило там тысячи сообщений. Это только вот в екатеринбургском Инстаграме. Запустили блоги, ну то есть это, наверное, уже чуть-чуть подальше, хотя это апрель-май, уже когда каждый журналист, я это рассказываю еще и потому, что, по сути, наши журналисты в какой-то момент стали работать только для Инстаграма. Ну то есть не в меньшей степени они работали это для сайта, мы это потом на сайт переупаковывали, но в большей степени их фокус был на то, чтобы запустить видеоблог, где они в таком живом формате рассказывают о том, что сейчас происходит в регионе. Ну и обязательно, конечно, все это переупаковываем на сайт. Я думаю, что здесь представители есть медиа онлайн, и много, да, и видели, и помните, какой огромный трафик был в дни пандемии, разгар в марте, в апреле, в мае. И любая переупаковка всего, чего мы делали в Инстаграме, тут же на ура читалась. Но важно сказать, что фокус в те дни у нас именно был на Инстаграм. То есть в первую очередь мы делаем интервью с мэром, с губернатором в прямом эфире.
Different instructions for everything. If you can leave home after 7 p.m., which references you need, which papers you need, can you go to your country house, how to wear a mask, how to make a mask if there are no in drugstores. So instructions for everything, like to wash hands properly. For instance, 54,000 views of the video how to wash hands properly. And of course we are journalists, we have some acute videos from the red zones or from the villages with huge incidence rates. We were riding with an ambulance and talking to drivers, to doctors, to paramedics, asking them if they have enough personal safety equipment, if they receive payments, presidential payments for their work. And that was very relevant and still is. Offline work, we have had a huge banner on a 9-story building, stay home, read E1. Of course it was kind of fun because there were no people in the streets, but still even here we were trying to promote ourselves. Reports from hotspots, I was talking about that regarding the red zone. And of course our mission was to create the mood, because it is there now, but at that time it was very hard for people. People were unaware of what is lying ahead. Are they going to be fired or not? Will we face crisis or not? Will their relatives fall ill? There were different tragic events, and creating the mood, good mood, supporting people was one of our goals, and we were successful in that. That's the interview with children discussing COVID, and also Instagram started with beautiful photos and beautiful video. And to conclude, I would like to say that the pandemic opened our eyes. The fact that we need to be more bold in entering new platforms, because 300,000 subscribers only in Yekaterinburg, and we have lots of accounts in other cities, and our total number of subscribers is 4 million in Russia. The pandemic has pushed us. If you want, well, I don't want to say that you want a new audience or young audience. My mother, she's 63, and she has told me recently that she has deleted Odnoklassniki and has launched my Instagram account. And when I asked her why, she said that only pensioners use Odnoklassniki and Instagram is more interesting. So we have a lot of people on Instagram, and our Instagram audience waits for our content, and we need to work hard for them, the way we do in classic formats. Colleagues, any questions? Especially from the young. And maybe not only from the young, also from the experienced. So the question about Telegram channels, we understand that it's pointless to compete with them because they're about promptness, about speed. We do not compete with them, we use them. We take information from them, check it, and even for ourselves we decided to change our approach to Telegram channels. If earlier we thought that it is the source of traffic, and now we have decided that we are to develop Instagram as standalone project, and as we have a lot of requests for the development of Telegram channels, that's the growth point for business, but not for traffic. So we will have our content packaged there without transfers to the website, and we hope that our Telegram coverage will increase and we will have more advertisement there. do have a social mission. We have 500 employees only in City Portals network. We are a business story. We don't ask money from the government. We don't use governmental funds. We are business. It's very important for us to be economically independent, but we have a motto. We are city sites, and we work to make cities better, safer, more comfortable. And I was sitting with the colleagues, and in August I had to move to Moscow from my favorite Yekaterinburg, and it's very hard for me. But it's not a very frequent story for Yekaterinburg. For instance, people from Novosibirsk, Omsk, Volgograd, from many other cities, people move to Moscow. More frequently, there are flows of people going to Moscow, to St. Petersburg. For us, that's a tragedy, because we lose our business in those cities, our audience decreases, so we have to do everything to evolve and to support life in other cities. Thank you. So, please introduce yourselves. My name is Veronica, I'm a volunteer. You said that your mother has deleted her Odnoklassniki account. Why, and what is waiting for us in the future? So the formal reason was that only pensioners were there. That's the official version of my mother. But I think that basically it is our fault of journalists, because we haven't done anything for the audience in Odnoklassniki, because it is not interesting for us in the platform itself. And for instance, reading news, interviews with the governor, it was of interest for my mother, and she gets that in Instagram. And so she follows us to Instagram as well. And moreover, I showed TikTok to my mother, and now she can be distracted from her phone. Thank you. Thank you, Renat. We have another question from press service. You mentioned that you have vast audience. So how can one make content for different social groups, because interests and tastes are different? How because one post can be appealing for young people but can be repulsing for elderly. Yes, that's an important question, because that's a managerial mistake. They want to attract young audience, and they want to tell something about TikTokers and the audience 30 plus. For them, Dani Milokhin or other TikTokers are some unemployed lazy bones, nothing more. So any audience is important. Here we have a lot of examples about coverage, COVID coverage. And if we talk how to wash hands, it seems that it is relevant for everyone, for you, me, Ashot. If the governor says how the restrictions will be lifted, traditionally it is of interest for everyone. So on the one hand, we find different topics, but on the other hand, we are not too sad if we do something for the elderly or do something else for younger people. And quite recently, we have taken Nileta, our Yekaterinburg guy, to our live broadcast, and we have been talking about him so much, and a lot of people from our audience said that, why are you paying so much attention to him? Is he a hero? Is he a celebrity? But on the other hand, we got our audience acquainted with one of the most popular singers in Russia, and broadcast with Nileto had traffic which was 10 times as high as our traditional one, and so that's why we hope that we will preserve part of the audience. Thank you very much. we continue. Now I would like to give the floor Anastasia Smechova, who represents Shift Motion Agency. She has moved from Moscow to Sochi to create this agency. Yes, I wanted to say that usually young people leave regions to come to Moscow, and I'm an example, contrary example. I have moved from Moscow to Sochi, and I have been living there for 4 years already. So in 5-7 minutes, we need to do something unprecedented, and we'll unveil new SMM senses in a rapidly changing world. So everything which you need to know about me is shown on one slide. So everything you need to know about me. My name is Anastasia Smechova. I have been working in marketing and SMM for 6 years already, and today I would like to talk about SMM, media and dialogue. What people usually expect to hear when I say that I deal with SMM is a number of stereotypes connected with advertisement, promotion, content, bloggers, personal brand. And today I would like to draw your attention only to the 3 words: choice, media and dialogue. And today I would like to pay your attention to each of them. Choice, what is it? Yesterday we heard a cool insight, and I would like to repeat it to you for you to remember it. We need to learn the behavior of our target audience, and if it uses TikTok or VK, we need to take that into account, and so we need to use those platforms. And if we take Instagram for washing hands content, that's a different kind of content, so we need to learn the behavior and the passions of our target audience to produce content which will have a lot of likes, although likes are not the only criteria of success. I would like to draw attention to statistics. You see on the slide that statistics for October 2020 in terms of the number of authors and the number of messages broadcast on YouTube. I think YouTube is about future for modern journalists from the standpoint of some continuous effect, because our parents and grandparents are used to TV content, and millennials, and I'm millennial as well, I was born in 1993, YouTube for me is a continuation of TV. Quite frequently authors who publish content have a TV format, but it was sent to YouTube in cross-posting format, and that's why when we ask people which content they like and which bloggers they like, they enumerate YouTube format, which initially was done for TV. That needs to be into account. Different formats are to be adapted. For instance, 1-hour programs broadcast on TV are now being adapted for YouTube. Statistics for Facebook, fewer authors than for YouTube, but if we talk about YouTube, creating 1 unit of YouTube is cheaper than 1 unit content for Facebook. And on the one hand, YouTube content needs certain investment. You need to be ready to invest certain resources for promotion of this content. We need to take that into account in media plan, but as the number of entries is high, the competition rate is a bit different, so we can find our target audience. And of course, if we talk about Instagram, the number of authors is extremely high, and the number of messages is extremely high. Instagram has high competition rate, and now it has become harder and harder to promote content. It is impossible without budgeting and resources. Also, media format. What media is about? What does this word mean? for instance, a lot of media products are created and Instagram is chosen as the first social platform. I have noticed a trend when there is a certain formation of niches, when we select a certain topic and we have content dedicated only to it. We don't understand that we are a magazine and we are to talk about different topics. We select only a certain niche. For instance, a screen from Tinko product to the left from Gazprom Media, and we see the trend for a communication ecosystem creating when we create the different media products. Another example of niche formation on the website, that's the website as it is. Local kitchen project, maybe some Muscovites know that. That's the food delivery service. They have gastronomy journal telling different stories, food stories. And in terms of independent journalism, in terms of politics, you can't get away without it. So independent magazine in Irkutsk. So we need to conclude the following. Micro-format, micromedia is a future trend when we talk about everything at one and the same time and about something independent. Then people usually emphasize that they're independent journalists or independent media. That's a certain trend to keep distance from some state media and to talk about their own certain algorithms of influence, for instance, virus content. The one to publish something first will be most popular and act as the source of traffic, and certain transformation and understanding how that generation is to look like. That's about fashion, feminist ideas, support, and so on. And dialogue. When I talk about dialogue, about the word dialogue, I want to emphasize that dialogue is an attempt to find truth. A YouTube format and the format of dialogue is an opportunity to reveal a topic when a reader, after watching the video, can make some conclusions if it is close for him or not. And that's why interview forward is quite frequent on YouTube, also among main bloggers. Yesterday we heard that people are new media. I agree and disagree with that at one and the same time. I agree that during the era when a person can say one word and become a leader for many, that's great, that's cool, but on the other hand, that's huge responsibility for those who voice those words. So maybe we need to regulate that, to fix that register, that for people be responsible for the words they pronounce. But there is a trend that we do not need 500 people who work over one huge building, but we need a person who will be leading the ground. And I fixed the most important thing. There is a trend for 330 degrees to understand that each social platform needs to take into account content consumption, so we can adapt one and the same information for different platforms. Also niche formation, when we take one specific topic and give profound analysis of it. New heroes and alternative point of view, because for us it is TV. For millennials and Z generation, that's unilateral and too boring. They want to know more, to have their own conclusion. And at the end, I would like to say the following. Media past, present and future dialogue is an opportunity of compromise, of the search of the truth, and choice is present all the time. Thank you. So which thoughts or questions do you have to Anastasia? Arseniy Garipov, Magadan. Could you please tell us how can we find our own target audience if we have niche-oriented content. Thank you for your question. Yesterday I was delivering presentation for journalists, and there is a live stream, there is a video in VK and Facebook. You can watch it, but we need to take a product, analyze the behavior of target audiences. We have hypotheses, and after that try to test them, and after that we make conclusions and insights. So that's a profound interview format. Thank you. Colleagues, now I would like, thank you so much, Anastasia, for your presentation. I would like to give the floor to Vladimir Sungurkin, chief editor of Komsomolskaya Pravda newspaper. I think it will be a contrast with Anastasia, at least an emotional one. Could I have my presentation on, please? Colleagues, I have some practical aspect of my presentation. That's a typical presentation I was asked to prepare on how media behavior changes under the conditions of the pandemic. So do you hear me well? So, practical aspect of my presentation is about the fact that Komsomolskaya Pravda is launching quite an ambitious program to extend its presence in the regions, in digital sphere, and that is why we are dealing with that more actively. We had a certain period of stagnation, and now I can't call it stagnation, but still it was a kind of calm or tranquil development, and now we launch investment program to increase our presence in the regions, and naturally we will be and are ready to scrutinize volunteers from the whole or your friends, those who want to work for Komsomolskaya Pravda in the regions. And that's why this presentation has some advertising effect or meaning as well. And that's how we look like now. So huge media company Komsomolskaya Pravda present on all the venues. Colleagues were asking question, which mission does Renat's company have? And I started thinking about that if I am asked about our mission. God knows, while we produce information, video, text, photo, audio, posts on social media, I don't know whether it's mission or not, but strategically we are following the audience everywhere where it exists, and we work for all the ages. We don't neglect anyone, starting from 17 years old and up with 90 years old. Everywhere where audience is present, we find it. And as our company is a private one, the point of media company, journalists are to create an audience, attract an audience, advertisers are to sell the audience, and so co-owners will get income. So quite a simple strategy. But I think it is interesting as thanks to it we live and we develop. That is what Komsomolskaya Pravda is today. We search for the audience everywhere. We don't neglect anyone. We have also a radio station and several websites and a number of newspapers for trains, for airplanes, for Russian community abroad, for elderly, for TV lovers, and eventually we are present in all the environments and underground, in the air, on the water. We have 51 million people of audience, and we also have radio. Printed projects. So what I'd like to tell you in this regard, we as the majority clever people think that there is a need to go online, to go digital, but the pandemic experience has shown a very interesting trend. A huge volume of information is impossible to be transferred to population, either via TV or newspapers or websites. People need to have it printed. 2020 was, no matter how strange it may seem, was the year of huge increase of printed journalism. So, a couple of words about printed versions. We have published approximately 47 million copies of specific applications, enlightening or raising awareness of the population, what is virus, how to combat it, including how to wash hands correctly. 47 million copies. And I was very much intrigued. The recent reviews have been published in Ведомости in terms of printed newspapers, which can have interesting effects, advertising effects, as digital information, digital resources do their best to service consumers in an advanced manner, for them not to see advertisement, for not perceive themselves as advertising consumers, and that's very negative for advertising customers, because they understand that advertisement is not working that well in digital environment, and that's why advertising clients are coming back to external advertisement and also to printed newspapers. Our digits, we work on different internet resources, radio, Komsomolska Pravda, kp.ru and others. We have millions of visitors and we sell them comfortably. So digital to sell digital advertising is quite much more comfortable. Self-isolation and interesting experience. Our offices, as yours, were empty, but it hasn't influenced the efficiency of work. So I'm deeply convinced that we started to work more efficiently when we were on self-isolation. So I have suspected that a long time ago, because I used to work as a journalist sitting in multi-room offices, and I was understanding that we're doing anything but work in those huge offices. And that's the proof. When acute phase of the pandemic was over, I know that many editing offices came back to offices, corridors, and started simulating work, hard work, but our Moscow office was quite melancholic about that. If you want to go to the office, you can do that. If not, you can stay at home. The format is not important for us. So as a result, we still work distantly, remotely, not because a decision was made, but it was a kind of an intuition of all our employees. All our meetings and plannings are going online. That's our famous blue hole in the middle, which is being covered with dust because no one is going there. So, and journalists are not going there, and hell with them. That's what I told myself. Everyone is sitting at home, communicating via Zoom, and everything is okay. Details, I don't know how many minutes I have. When the pandemic started, we had a kind of a motto that one feels good at home in Moscow. We were doing our best to preserve optimism of our audience, not to bury each other, not to be negative or melancholic. And you see another example. You see the girl at the top with a house printed, and so our audience appreciated that you need to be positive about everything. And so our circulation of 47 million units during this period. Another thing to mention, what is useful for you. Renat has said, where is Renat? So he was saying that they're young, we're old, but we also work everywhere in VK, in Underclassnik, which his mother left. Of course, it's great grief for us, but still we have a lot of others. In Twitter as well, on Facebook. So, as a result, we have 4.8 million subscribers or so. I don't know if this information is relevant for you. Of course, people started watching more than reading. We pursue all the trends. We just follow them. If people started watching more, okay. We have increased the number of videos by 1000%. If we see the contrary trend, then we will have the increase of text by 1000%. So during the pandemic, we were experimenting a lot, and we have had a Hamlet performance with the help of our audience, radio audience and other subscribers. So, and we asked who volunteers to be Hamlet, and there were a lot of volunteers, and for instance, we were choosing among them, and there was a good feedback. TikTok, we're entering as well. I don't understand what TikTok is about, and maybe I won't understand that. We'll never understand that, but now we have 5 million in TikTok by driving Minister of Healthcare there. Of course, that's a kind of blasphemy, but still, he gave us 5 million subscribers, and Deputy Minister of Education gave us 7 million new subscribers. I do not know what he was singing or dancing, but still, or maybe they were just amazed that a grown-up, serious person entered that environment. A radio, an interesting thing. Extraordinary rates of competition, lots of radio stations, but still we have our 1.5 million daily. So there are interesting figures. I would like to draw your attention to that, because there are interest points of the audience, where our audience is living. Basically, one of the perspective points is about podcasts. People are using podcasts more and more, and here we have figures in May 2020. because the acute phase of the pandemic was then. What people were recording on their podcasts, you see that on the slide. You saw what they were recording to listen afterwards. Podcasts are growing, and I think that all the figures we saw in March, May 2020 can be now multiplied at least by 2, because the growth there was huge. And there are a lot of programs which are recorded to listen afterwards at convenient time. Media consumption is also of interest. It's important to know for journalists. It was considered that that's primarily about drivers, and that it will decrease, the audience will decrease because people were not driving that much. But we found out that radio listeners turned on their radios at home and started listening to it at home, and we didn't have the drop of the audience in connection with the decreased mobility, though part of the audience was oversaturated with information. We see some drops on Moscow, Mayak and other radio stations, but still there hasn't been a significant drop because our headquarters were thinking how to maintain the interest of the audience in changing conditions. Another point, books. Shops were closed, and during that time online stores were active and books were sold via internet actively, and this segment is quite okay now and quite perspective without no drops. Books will be bought via internet and are bought via internet, and we see that these are not the books we were reading 10-15 years ago. They are different in terms of the outlook, with a huge number of illustrations, with the text which accounts to 30% maximum. A book is to be beautiful now, and those beautiful books, only beautiful books, can win and gain the attention of the audience. I'm ready to answer your questions. It was a kind of a universal presentation, what we deal with. Colleagues? So I would like to ask the first question. So could you answer the main question of modern times, whether printed media will die or not? Well, so it is the same as with the books. We don't see old-fashioned books, type of books we were reading, for instance, 15-20 years ago, books with a huge number of texts without pictures. The same is true for printed newspapers. Those old-fashioned newspapers will extinguish. Only the segment will survive. That segment will survive, which will be free of charge, delivered to offices, trains, airplanes, for instance, to governmental offices, to VIP premises, and so newspapers, colorful, thick newspapers are gradually becoming an item of something, a luxury item, prestigious item for those who consume them, who really consume them. A kind of the bright future for the newspapers we read. Russia is an absolute champion in terms of publishing newspapers no one reads. You know, some regional newspapers. So I don't scrutinize this type of newspapers. Colleagues, I think everything is clear. Now I'd like to invite Chief Editor of Fontanka.ru. He managed to join us. Made a long way, so I hope it will be interesting. Good afternoon, Alexander Gorshkov. So I won't be talking about figures, I won't be talking about incomes or revenues and other indicators, though last year became the record one in terms of the audience we have gathered and in terms of the revenue and profit our company gained. On the one hand, we are relatives with Renat Nizamov, with Shkulov Digital, because Viktor Shkulov is also the shareholder of Fontanka newspaper, and quite recently we have had the joint platform which allows us to make prompt decisions. That's cool and that's interesting. And on the other hand, Fontanka, unlike Rinat's company, is a kind old school company, though we try to learn and sometimes we succeed in that, but sometimes we are too slow and too old-fashioned in terms of following the standards of classical journalism, and we try to do that in the net. We don't have any serious review published without lawyers, and lawyers are constantly fighting with journalists. So no doubt that's what saves us without legal suits, and that's a huge threat for journalism, but I won't be talking about that right now. The most beautiful video we made last year, I would like to share some projects with you, non-journalism projects, but the projects we were making for ourselves, for our citizens and guests. And maybe after that I will introduce the most awful video to you. So now I would like to launch the video. Everyone who wants to find out more, you can find that on Fontanka. That's Fontanka Sub Festival. Last year, in spite of all the restrictions, we managed to conduct this festival in Petersburg, and if I'm not mistaken, it was the largest sub festival. For the first time, it was conducted in 2016. Last year, we had the fifth one, 200 participants from 90 Russian cities, and even from abroad. I don't know how they managed to come. And they were on water, and they made the route of 9.5 kilometers. And this year I would like to invite you on the 31st of July to the 6th festival, and it will be even larger. So I don't want to talk about figures now. So we had even corporate companies taking part. We have a lot of partners, sub-schools. So actually, so willingly or unwillingly, we have created fashion for SUP in Petersburg. And now, when I drive to work in summer, if I do that early, in the morning, I see people on SUPs in the city, in the region. And this year we will have 2 festivals conducted because the government of the Leningrad region applied to us. And after our festival in August or in September, we will have regional festival in some beautiful forest river. That's the hugest event in the world, and St. Petersburg has become sub-capital not only of Russia, but of the world. That's not the only event of such type. In a month, on the 22nd of May, so last May we didn't, it wasn't possible, but this May we will have the 3rd festival conducted, Western Speed Diameter Fontanka Fest. So this highway is unique not only for Russia, but for the whole world, because this highway, this speed diameter, goes across Neva River Islands from the north to the south of the city, and together with the operator of the speed diameter, we organized the event because the highway, the central part of the highway, is blocked for half of the day for cars, for bicycle riders, and a race is conducted. We have 10-kilometer race and semi-marathon, and also bicycle race from north to south. It will be conducted in May. Welcome to that. We won't waste no more time. That's just another beautiful festival we created and we conducted in our city for ourselves, for our readers, for all the citizens of the city. And that's how we promote Fontanka brand as well, though in St. Petersburg it is known by everyone, even without it. If we talk about that, so I won't be shown video right now. When the pandemic started, in the run of 2 months, besides working for Fontanka, we had online broadcasts on YouTube from theaters, museums, concert halls, all the venues, and the first online performance was launched one day after it was announced that the audience can't visit theaters. So it was quite obvious if the audience can go to the theater, a theater is to come to the audience's house. And so actors of drama theater on Vasilievsky Island. We were taking part, and I went to the director of the theater in the evening, Mr. Slovokhotov, and he said that it's incredible. We were watched by 150,000 people. That's clear that they have never had such an audience before in the hall. It is impossible. That's why it was evident that we have found the right way. There was 1 week when actors could go to the theater. After that, even actors, it was forbidden for the actors. And during this week, they were playing, and we broadcast that online. But after that, we switched to museums, to different apartment stories, and in the run of 10 days, we have organized a marathon to support doctors, which was conducted on the 30th of April, and it lasted, if I'm not mistaken, for 13.5 hours. Everyone was performing. Yekaterinburg, Grebenshikov, Shevchuk, Kovaev, and drew Messianic series for us, from Georgia to Arkhangelsk and to Germany. So 35 teams which took part in that marathon, and the overall audience, if I'm not mistaken, was approximately 1.5 million people. And besides, what were we doing? And that's what we were doing, and that's what we will keep doing. So talking about the fact what post-COVID journalism is and what will change, nothing will change for us as well as for you, because I agree with Vladimir that we understood that it's not mandatory to go to office, and that's the situation we have. Those who want, they go there. Those who want, do not want, stay at home. And now we have the greatest threat that if you won't behave yourself, you will have to go to office. So it doesn't matter for me where does an employee work from. The content is the main thing that matters. So problems which we have had before will stay with us. Quality problem, fake problem. Problem with companies who claim to be media companies, but they are not in reality. Problem with acute insufficiency of qualified journalists, and also the lack of qualified or educated readers, because not all types of audience are able to understand what kind of information they see and they're stuffed with. Recently we have published several materials about situation with school catering, and I have seen 50 or 60 different so-called newspapers or portals who are trying to use the same words to contradict to what we published, but we published the facts. We are sure in them. We are ready to prove them on any level in an official situation, and basically I think I have violated the time limit.
Извините, пожалуйста.
And I beg your pardon for that. Thank you very much, Alexander. Any questions? So you have mentioned that you don't have qualified, educated readers. Do you have any ideas how to improve that situation? On our level, we try to do that. Sometimes we tell our readers about some boring things and it is of interest only for some narrow audience, but I don't see any other tool for that. It is not interesting for broad audience, but this problem does exist, and I see that sometimes I have to clarify some things to the audience, to the readers, because I see that while consuming information, they don't understand it adequately, especially when this information comes from different sources. And there is a goal to explain which sources are useful and which are hazardous, and this can be resolved at one and the same time. The speaker is not using the microphone. So what is your question about? I don't get it. So my name is Ekaterina, I'm from Rzhev, the city of Rzhev. So could you please tell me those kind of activities you have told about, is it more a strategy, or do you really think that it is necessary for media, for journalism, when it is quite shaped and holistic? So are such activities, events necessary, or is it a kind of strategy? That's both altogether. How have we decided to do that? At some point we said to ourselves that Fontanka is known online. Online we live our real lives. Let us think in this direction. Started doing that. What can be done, which kind of activities? Everyone has roundtables, conferences, everyone is playing volleyball or basketball. We need to have something extraordinary. That was one direction which led us to that, and another one was that if we come back several years ago, we understood and felt that one banner advertising is not enough for successful business. You need to diversify that. That's how several directions emerged, including native advertisement and others. And this advertisement, in this direction, about business, we don't earn more. Sometimes we even invest and spend money for that, but we understand that it's cool. Next, last question. So yeah, my last question. I have been following Fontanka for a long time before the pandemic and during the pandemic, and I noticed some differences in the mood of texts which are connected with political conflicts or investigations. And a recent thing, I have noticed that some direct comments were
Человеческих качеств мы выстраиваем в качестве системы воспитания, но тем не менее вы наши потенциальные коллеги. И вот я объясню почему. Дело в том, что вы сегодня работаете на зарабатывание денег и на сегодняшний день, а мы формируем смысл. В отличие от реальных сегодняшнего дня, формирования сегодняшнего дня, мы формируем будущее. И как это делается, я вам сейчас в 2 словах расскажу. У нас создана такая таблица человеческих качеств, их всего 99. Почему 99? Потому что 99 месяцев обучения с 1 по 11 класс, с сентября по май всего 9 месяцев, на 11 умножаем 99. Каждый фильм – это какое-то одно человеческое качество. К фильму делается методическое пособие. Это инструмент для педагога. Системно, ежемесячно формируется педагог с 1 по 11 класс. Условно говоря, ребенок приходит с 1 класса в сентябре, просматривает фильм, учитель с ним разбирает методическое пособие. Дальше идет социальная практика, закрепление того качества на практике в общественном полезном труде. Такая система позволяет сегодня формировать внутренний мир человека. Наша задача через 10 лет, чтобы поколение детей вышло с широкой библиотекой человеческих качеств. Но все слова являются только словами, пока мы не посмотрим, насколько искусство и культура формируют внутренний мир человека. Вообще есть назначение искусства – это формировать внутренний мир человека. Это всегда было, и поэтому я не открыл никакого, собственно, новшества никакого. Так развивалась наша культура, цивилизация. Мы просто делаем то, что мы должны и делать. И у нас получается. Я сейчас, чтобы вы поняли, насколько там хоть как-то это слова отражают действительность, я попрошу коллег сейчас поставить рекламный ролик, буквально там 1,5 минутки, и дальше продолжу свою мысль. Это рекламный ролик о проекте, как он работает. Он художественный немножко, игровой ролик.
Ну что, ребята, мы с вами посмотрели фильм «Музыка внутри». Он на понятие милосердия. А теперь давайте все вместе подумаем, как мы можем это понятие закрепить, что мы можем сделать, чтобы быть полезными тем, кому нужна помощь.
Добрый день, простите, а могу я Сашу забрать?
Да, конечно, Саш, ты можешь идти.
До свидания.
До свидания.
Вы извините, мы опаздываем. До свидания.
Всего доброго.
Саш, давай быстрее.
Сегодня на киноуроке мы с вами посмотрим фильм «Мой танец» и изучим такое понятие, как честность.
Здравствуйте, а вы за Сашей?
Здравствуйте. Нет, а можно у меня тоже дочка кино посмотрит?
Конечно. Привет. Тебя как зовут?
Смысл очень простой, очень простой. На каждый художественный фильм у нас где-то минут 20-30 минут. Задача его – это возбудить впечатление, эмоцию. Методическое пособие накладывается на эмоцию, там рассказывается информационно, что это за качество в коллективном творчестве класса. А дальше уже та энергия, которая выработалась у учеников, у младших классов ее больше сейчас, у старших ее, скажем, в начальном этапе намного меньше. Вот та энергия, она трансформируется в социальную практику, общественно полезное дело. И здесь мы выводим школу за пределы школы на муниципальный уровень, где они абсолютно вне школы делают общественно полезные дела, а муниципалы их уже награждают. На сегодняшний день у нас зарегистрировано 43 тысячи педагогов в соцсетях, ну, скажем, в нашем сайте. И сделано пока порядка 8 тысяч социальных практик. Это достаточно для того, чтобы сказать, что проект набирает обороты. У нас каждый день сегодня, за 2 месяца, у нас каждый день сегодня регистрируется по 500-600 педагогов. Вот если вы увидите, прямо на сайте эта цифра постоянно растет. В чем это связано? Это связано с тем, что аудитория сегодня не может существовать, вот школьная, она не может существовать в этих рамках, не работающих. Поэтому та энергия, которая художественные формы сегодня выявляет, эта энергия сегодня воплощается в конкретных социальных практиках, делах. Это очень сильная система воспитания. Я к чему говорю? Я говорю к тому, что к 30 году мы сейчас вот сформируем, первоклассники сегодня придут в сентябре, в 30 году они выйдут, поверьте, это будет другая реальность. Другая, абсолютно. И мы рады, что вы будете сегодня отражать эту реальность. Но я предлагаю вам все-таки сегодня включиться в этот процесс и тоже формировать.
Future of census, at least to cover the activity which is done in the regions. Why? Because each movie we create a 20-30 minute film that's a full film from different regions. For instance, Kostroma region, the region is joining effort to create a movie. We have 35 films created. We have millions of children collecting waste paper to shoot those films, to shoot those movies, and no one knows that, and that's a kind of the break in use, because the stagnation of formalism which exists everywhere lives in its own way, but life is different, and social practices is a kind of a creative potential, is a kind of a great potential, it's a kind of a great activity which happens in the regions, and you can't imagine what happened to the teachers which started taking part in that. We have conducted research, and only 18% of children in elementary school are complying with the norm. After that, we had our monthly social practices, and now 78% of school children comply with norms and standards, and we can reach such indicators. And now we have registered them in Belarus in the Institute of Childhood. Now we have cinemas involved, and if we provide children with such movies, an opportunity to watch such movies in cinema theaters, we will also have financing. In this case, everyone will be willing to deal with such kind of content. So I think I am to finish my presentation. So I wanted to ask a question. I know your project personally, and I would like to express my gratitude to you. I wanted to get acquainted with Yelena on the 12th of April, but she left. I know how your movies influence children, and I wanted to check it in practice. I had 2 7-year-old kids, and I showed Tangerine to them, and I had a talk with them afterwards. So they're first grade children, and they perceive information on the level of intuition, but that gives great result. And in terms of cinema distribution and cinema release, I support that completely, because those movies work, and is what parents should do, because parents have forgotten about that, but that's very important to remind them of that. And the question is how are you going to distribute the project, because child films are more difficult to be developed in comparison to adult movies. So maybe you are not to start talking about us now, because otherwise we will be oversaturated. So I think everything will be okay. So you can introduce your project to Media Congress, and we'll think how to promote it in post-Soviet republics and afterwards. I would like to give the floor to Tahmina Hakimova, blogger from Tajikistan, because she had to deliver her speech yesterday. Thank you so much. Now let's talk about creativity a bit. I would like to inspire you a little bit. It seems to me that most of us have a feeling to give up everything, change job, residence, etc. Someone is bold enough, but someone is not. Together with a friend of mine and a colleague of mine, we found a solution for ourselves, and we have launched a project Grain, a project about people who won't be covered in media, people who love their work and who inspire our audience and ourselves, and it helps us not to burn out, because we spent 8 hours on work, and after that during weekends we record our Tajikistan heroes who help us stay fit. Why is it called Grain? Grain is, you know the meaning of the word grain in English, and I think it is quite symbolic in Tajikistan, because we have sown the first grain, the first seed of that, a bit of documentary, a bit of feature films, and we do a lot in terms of photo and video content for it to be in style. And after that we have the second word grain, which is a kind of a noise on video or photo image. And these are our mountains, Iskandarkul, and a colleague of mine on the photo. Our first hero, a friend of ours, Zarina, a drummer, but for Tajikistan, if you're a lady drummer, that's too bold and too extraordinary. I think maybe we have 1 or 2 female drummers in the country, and we thought that maybe it would be cool to start the project with our acquaintance who shatters all the stereotypes that only men can be drummers. And after that we had other stories. For instance, this girl from Tajikistan, but she was studying in Wuhan during the quarantine, and now she came back to Tajikistan. She teaches Chinese and dancing. Mateusz, hitmaker, musician, and a very creative person in our republic. Sherzamon, he's a sculptor, and he has amazing works. And when we make such videos and when we publish them on Grain, a lot of our spectators learn about them for the first time, and after that a lot of media publish our stories in their newspapers and online platforms. I think that's cool, and if we do not show those heroes, they are unlikely to be shown in media. Ginger, ballerina, who has grown in Tajikistan, and after this video a lot of information has been published about Grain. So that's what we do during our weekends. If we like a person, we make a video about him and we publish. And here we have published a vivid contrast between Tajikistan and its character and a ballerina of French origin living in Tajikistan. And I think it was great. The main principle of our project is natural character. We all know that photographers enjoy showing some unnatural poses, stances, outlooks, but we wanted to do something differently. We wanted to show natural environment of our heroes, their natural makeup, clothing, and to show their environment, their habitat, for everyone understand that if this person is able to do that, then why not me? If she's ballerina, if she's a ballet dancer, maybe my daughter can become a ballet dancer as well. And so one short video, maybe you will enjoy it. It is not quite typical for us because we have a lot of transitions here. I love video transitions in such.
А так мы стараемся не делать много переходов, потому.
But otherwise we try not to have a lot of transitions because we advocate natural character. I beg your pardon for the sound, for some technical problems, but the music was very good. That's the story of a girl accountant in a major bank in Tajikistan, but during her free time she was playing video games. At some point she was bored by that, and she started doing photography, and that photography was quite popular in major media, and we decided that it would be cool to share the story of this girl, and we have a lot of other stories, grain.tj. You can have a look at other works. So the same ballet dancer, I didn't expect that we will have such a feedback. We don't have a lot of subscribers now, 2,000 subscribers in Facebook and approximately the same number in Facebook, but the main is not the quantity but the quality. Another short ballet dancer who lives in a hotel because her parents are hotel managers and they have a swimming pool on the top. It was empty when we were shooting our video, and we thought it is an extraordinary location. After that, we had some commercial orders coming, but we have such a trait that grain is not a project not for the profit's sake, it's for creative expression, and that's cool that we can reject some orders or not to reject all the orders, because when you do something you like, when you are not pursuing glory, money, or something, at some point it comes to you itself. Now I'm at the Hermitage only thanks to this project, and I think that's cool, and that's the great outcome of our project and our effort. So we have approximately 2,000 subscribers on Instagram and approximately 1,000 on Facebook, and in September we were too tired of the pandemic, of sitting at home, and we started doing something, and that's the result. And Tashakur, that's thank you in Tajik language. Indira Kanzasova, Deputy Chief Editor of Argumente and Fakte newspaper. Good afternoon, dear friends. I'm listening to everything in the run of these 2 days. Of course, it would be more appropriate if Vladimir would stay here, because I wanted to argue a lot with Mr. Sungorkin. And Kirill, in terms of the question you asked Vladimir Sungorkin, when newspapers will disappear. Actually, I hear this question every week. Sungorkin has said that it's a kind of luxury consumption, and I would like to specify that, because that's a kind of stable phrase in our environment, elite consumption. And when I heard it for the first time, and I heard it from the representatives of luxury journals. Have anyone read such a journal? Huge, beautiful, glossy magazine. Well, I think you will be reading them in some time, because I was told that diamonds are not sold via internet. You don't want to buy them via internet. So I think luxury elite newspapers, magazines will come back to reality, to printed versions, because otherwise they won't sell. So in terms of Argument and Fakte as a huge media which survived, and I would like to argue with Vladimir Sungorkin, no, they are investing in the original applications. We have done everything to maintain all of them. We open new media, and I hope that this tradition will survive. Now we have direct presence in 68 regions of our people, correspondents, editorial offices. We cover the overall country, and I hope that it will grow further. Also in 30 countries, approximately 80 different versions of Argumente and Fakte published on a weekly basis for the whole country and for the whole world. But I would like to discuss a different thing, because I have been delivering different lectures for students for several years, and this year I wanted to combine those lectures, because maybe it would be useful not only for you but also for me to understand what has changed in media in the run of these years, and I will take maximum 5 minutes. So I promise that I won't take more than the previous speakers. So, have a look. Social media rise happened when the first governor entered social media. I don't mean Ramzan Kadyrov. I mean the governor who was informing people with the use of social media. You remember such a governor in Chelyabinsk region when tragic events happened in Magnitogorsk, and as I'm dealing with regional journalism, that's a clubhouse, a forgotten clubhouse, a kind of a rise and fall of social media, which we are witnessing. Bloggers, they're talked about so much. I can't but mention an awful example with RBK. I was asked not to criticize heavily, but still, history with a blogger who had a conflict with RBK journalists, but it turned out to be a fake. So please clarify what the fake was about. This person exists, but he was advertising a lot of biological additives, and he was saying that he is a certified professional doctor and medical expert, demonstrated a lot of diplomas from Munich, from Bavaria. And information consumers were checking his diplomas, and it turned out to be a fake. RBK had to erase that material and to bring excuses, and after that a number of bloggers in real media decreased. I think you can of course argue with me, but I know that a number of people, successful people, these so-called successful bloggers, has decreased in real media. But there is a contrary process. Journalists have started to be attracted to bloggers. Maybe it's not the start of the beginning of the end, but that's a challenge. You see a lot of them, because Dud was a journalist before becoming blogger. Dima Markov, I know him personally, he's our journalist, so what can be said? The more real journalists can become bloggers, the higher the quality will be. Here the figures are not that precise, but still that's the structure, how it looks like in reality, how quickly it happens, conquering next steps. And it's not that important, not so important what is written there, but segmenting is very quick, and this segmentation is even quicker. You see the second apple. I think one of the main trends is combat against internet and combat of internet for its own sake. I think everyone knows a lot of examples like that. Telegram channels have changed the Russian language and the language of media. You understand what I'm talking about. What happens next? What happened afterwards, and what happens now? I have been consulting a lot of colleagues in media. There is a need for calm, therapeutical tone. People are tired. If we don't understand them, the audience will leave us, and we can't let that happen. You see two children who took the floor yesterday as young bloggers. I talked to them and I asked them what they enjoyed the most from the first day. We liked a blogger from Kyrgyzstan who asked the audience to treat them as human beings. But I'd like to say, if we treat human beings as human beings, regardless of their profession, bloggers, journalists, museum workers, and I would like to say that museum workers ask so many questions because museum is becoming media as well. That's the modern trend. What hasn't been media is becoming media. So all human beings should be treated as human beings. Only in this case we will be successful. Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. We have questions. The speaker is not using the microphone. So you can contact me. I will write that down and I will demonstrate that to my co-workers. So without making steps towards each other, nothing is possible. There will be no growth, no money, no audience. The only thing we sell is trust. If we don't have anything to sell, what can be done? Thank you. Colleagues, I beg your pardon. Zoom is waiting for me as the current trend, so I will have to leave, but Ashot will be controlling, but he promised to come back in the evening. Yes, I will try to do that. So, Ruben Nazarov, Izvestia newspaper representative. He will tell us about his experience of cooperating with Eastern media. Good afternoon, my name is Inar, and as Anastasia Smechova has mentioned, the niche formation, I would like to talk about that in international journalism. I'm a journalist of Izvestia newspaper and I cover the Middle East, and my presentation is more practical as a lot of people make a lot of mistakes when we talk to the representatives of the Middle East, and I would like to avoid such mistakes because Middle East is more and more important for Russia, and you can see that from the timetable of the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Tomorrow he will have dinner with Libya representatives, tomorrow with Lebanon, and so it's very important to know the culture and the traditions of those people. So a couple of advice what to avoid when you communicate with Arabs. So business card is to be given with the right hand, because that's the right hand rule, because in the Middle East the left hand rule is that the left hand is dirty. You can't pass anything with the left hand. Speakers love shaking hands, even to journalists, so you need to remember right hand. Another Arabs like question, how do you do, like Americans, but there is no need to give more information as a response. It's just the formula of communication, but not a direct question. If you have agreed with a speaker to have an interview at 2 p.m., it's not the fact that you will have it at 2 p.m. Moreover, it doesn't mean that it will happen today, because there is a principle of blurred time in the Middle East. So you need to discuss everything via a phone. And if an Arab tells you tomorrow, inshallah, it means that maybe in a week, because inshallah means if God allows, if God permits. And if you tell him that we have agreed to meet the other day, but he said, well, inshallah, the God didn't let me. So do not refuse any presents or treats, because they will be very much offended. For instance, tomorrow I will go to the embassy of Saudi Arabia and we will be treated with coffee. You can't reject coffee, because otherwise they will be offended seriously. So if they give you a present, you need to accept it. Ladies first, a big question. Colleagues ask me often, can they talk to female deputies, parliamentaries, as journalists? Is it okay to communicate with a female politician? I would say that the Arabian world is not homogeneous, and situations have different traditions. If you're in Lebanon, Egypt, or Syria, that's okay to communicate with a female politician. It's not okay in Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Bahrain. United Arab Emirates now see the growth of feminization. Women start playing more and more importance, and so they try to be more progressive or to look more progressive, and they have Minister of Happiness, a lady, as well. And so there is a universal rule: if you're a man and you need to interact with a woman, you need to nod, and if she nods back, you can have this interaction. Shaking hand, you can shake hand only to a man, but if a lady gives you a hand first, because there are some progressive speakers like that, for instance, Baath's party in Syria has one female deputy, and she likes shaking hands, and Arab men are lost and confused what to do, because according to Islam you can't touch a woman, but she is an ethnic Armenian from Syria. And so the last incident which happened last week, Vladimir Zelensky was in Qatar, and his delegation was sitting with legs crossed, and it's an awful insult and protocol violation, because it is forbidden to demonstrate the soles of your shoes, because it's a great insult to Arabs. The way we are sitting right now would have been a great insult, but Arabs have a good protocol service, and they soft-pedaled this situation, but in other countries the delegation could be drawn away. Fakes. Now I would like to tell you about combat against fakes. I have hobby. I collect fakes in media, and so the latest fake is about vaccination in the Arab world. The officials publish, and religious officials publish, that vaccination is okay during Ramadan, because now Muslims don't know whether they can be vaccinated, because they can't have anything during daytime, food, liquids, including vaccination. But religious officials say that you need to be vaccinated. Don't listen to fakes that you can't be vaccinated during Ramadan. Another fake is that porcine gelatin is the part of the vaccines, and so porcine gelatin, porcine pigs. So there are a lot of fakes that you can't be vaccinated because of this porcine component. And another this fake was also not only in Islamic states, but also in Tatarstan, in Russia. And I would like to tell you about Mary Colden, journalist, a British journalist of Sunday Times, and she had an interview with Gaddafi and Yasser Arafat. She was one of the first to make it, and before that she met Yasser Arafat approximately 10 times to drink tea, because you can't rush with Arab speakers. You need to come to drink tea, to talk about life, children, family. So that's an advice. If your speaker starts avoiding answering, and without giving you an answer, instead of giving you an answer whether he's going to procure S-400 missiles and start speaking about weather and something like that, you don't need to rush him, because you need to build this trust. Akhbar Libya, one of the major newspapers of Libya, has published fake with Izvestia, and there was my article, and the Libyan newspaper cut my article. After that, took another article, translated it in Google, and after that put it as fake. So they opened our newspaper, they changed everything, they created the font as well as we did that, and said that Izvestia, a recognized Russian newspaper, did that, but actually they wrote the fake article from beginning till the end. At first I didn't see that it is a fake because it looks very similar, and our subscribers, our journalists from Libya, sent that to us, and they asked whether that's real, that two Libyan leaders will meet in Moscow, and we had to call Maria Zakharova to the Ministry of Foreign, from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to protect us, to make the official announcement that it was a fake. And another point, why shouldn't you trust Arabian social media? Al-Ahram newspaper, example, major Egyptian newspaper in 2001, the then President Hosni Mubarak was meeting Barack Obama. You see the original, how it was, Barack Obama at the beginning, but Al-Ahram thought it is not okay, and so you see what they did. A blogger noticed that, and he said, well, it wasn't real. Why have you done that? But the newspaper said that our correspondent was there, he saw it. But after that, when it went viral, the truth came out. So do not believe Arab media that much. Even major newspapers such as Al-Ahram, you need to check it twice. So that's my message. I hope that my lecture was useful, and we won't be described as Zelensky who fucked up in Qatar. And so if you come to the Middle East, don't do that without Ilnar's call and his permission. So thank you very much, wonderful story. We continue our talk. I would like to invite Ekaterina Goldsman, creator of internet portal about culture in Russia, and she tries to amaze the world with her stories. Ekaterina Goldsman. So approximately 10,000 people are following us, so you're not talking only for us, so you're being watched, but in the good sense of the word. So I did the right thing to come here if we have such a coverage. I'm glad to be here in spite of all the difficulties. My name is Ekaterina Goldsman. I'm the founder not only of dailyculture.ru, but of the cultural ecosystem which is called Daily Culture Family, which has 7 projects about culture and art. We will discuss 2 major ones. Our main international projects, and they are at the forefront, so to say, and they have the largest coverage. In 2013, I created a website, first a website about art and culture in Russia, which is called dailyculture.ru, together with like-minded people. And at that time, it was very important for us to involve Russian-speaking people all over the world in the context of what was going on. But time is moving, and development requires new formats. In 2014, we launched daily culture production, dealing with popularization of our musicians, classic musicians, not only in Russia, but also beyond. The number of our employees work all over the world. We work remotely on the website. The main concept of the website is that it is created by people all over the world, for people all over the world. If we shift to dry statistics, and I will do that quickly, 60% of our colleagues are in Russia, but 28% are people who live in European cities. Others work in the US, Latin America, and Asia. By the way, if we come back to our staff members, we were working remotely during the pandemic, and we were working remotely before that, so it hasn't influenced us or our schedule, and we were covering digital projects, and there were a lot of them. Daily culture production has created a lot of interesting content of different formats, promo video, broadcast of festivals, classical music recordings, video diaries, and I would like to show you specific examples of most vivid and high-rating projects. By the way, our content has always been aimed at Russian-speaking and English-speaking audience, besides the universal language of the music. So the coverage has increased quite rapidly. So in terms of the coverage, if it is interesting for you, we have started with 100,000 people, and we increased up to 20 million people. When we started, 100,000 was a big deal for us, but now we think that 20 million is not that much, is not the limit. We constantly trying to follow the trends, and we try to follow what's going on. If there is fashion for brief format, then we correspondingly reshape, because it will be clear for audience in any country and will help it perceive content we demonstrate. So, our first and main project, festival by Denis Matsuev, stars on Baikal, and this year we have finished the 7th season. We wanted to demonstrate classic music in the region, and that's one of the main festivals in our country. And in the run of 15 years, a huge number of world stars have taken part in it, and we were successful in another direction, which hasn't been priority for us at the beginning. In the run of 5 years, Irkutsk has seen an increased number of foreigners during the festival by 32%, and that's the data according to the officials. Promotion content, one of the main directions. We create promo content for artists and teams, companies which come abroad, because a lot of European channels take the promo they take with them, because otherwise, without it, we can't raise awareness about our musicians. One of the examples, a tour of Tatar ensemble headed by Slatkovsky, and they were performing in Austria, Switzerland, Germany, Hungary. So we erase borders. We erase borders quite frequently by not only by getting you acquainted with the creative work and art, but also with young musicians. For instance, international grand piano competition has become a start for us to cooperate with European TV channels. So we not only introduced the musicians, but we had some promotions and tour promotions, so it was production covering the whole cycle of the event. And to conclude, visual character and international character, that's the mood. The mood of the presentation was created by our artist from São Paulo. Thank you. I was asked to be very brief, so I cut down my presentation. So, we will try to give the floor to everyone. Now, I would like, as we have started talking about Baikal, I would like to invite Елена Trifonova, the author of internet portal People of Baikal, and after that, we will have our cross-border projects introduced. Hello, dear colleagues, dear organizers. So I will try to be very brief. That's the winner of the all-Russian competition. I live in Russia. Yes, I'm not alone. I'm together with our photographer, Anton Klimov. That's, for example, his photo. Our internet magazine, People of Baikal, was launched last year in March, and it happened at the start of the pandemic. We thought it is not quite successful, but the pandemic has opened new opportunities for us. So, People of Baikal is an affiliate of our project, which has celebrated its 100th anniversary. So we make photo stories, and we plan to have videos. We have 3 authors, photographer, and the editor of the website. So quite a small staff. These are stories, long stories and short stories about life in the village. This format seemed to be extinct, but still it happened to be interesting. So now information ties are destroyed. Journalists rarely come to remote villages, so city dwellers don't understand how people live in villages, and regional centers don't understand how regions live. So, for instance, we've heard a lot that Moscow is a different country. Moscow doesn't understand how people in other regions live, but our experience shows that Moscow is willing to find out that, and there is a demand for such kind of information. When borders were closed and internal tourism grew, for instance, here, previously we had 220,000 tourists in winter, and this year we had 250,000, and now we had Russian tourists, because before that we had primarily Chinese tourists. And when people go to some place, they want to read about this place, so that provoked interest towards regions. We didn't expect that to happen. Our aim, our target audience was a regional one, but it turned that according to statistics, Moscow and Moscow region were yielding 25% of traffic, and Irkutsk region only 9%. Of course, Irkutsk is smaller, but still, others are more interested in that, in our project. And as a result, People of Baikal were shortlisted in the award Made in Russia. We were there together with Pivovarov and Sobchak, and for us it was very important, and we provide unique information, and there is demand, and we managed to forecast that. We have unique content without zero competition on behalf of media, and you don't need to go anywhere to make original content. Our location is our advantage. So, for instance, one Buryatia village had a hazardous situation when it was the most infected location on the earth, and the people got infected during shaman ritual, and so the village was blocked. And so it was, the village was surrounded by a ditch. Of course, some cars tried to cross this ditch, cross this border, because Russia is Russia, but still, and all federal media was writing about the situation with the COVID in this remote village. Of course, we were trying to use our geographic location. We went there, we had our story, and our photographer Anton did this story not only for us but also for Washington Post. So Oleg Kuznetsov, entrepreneur, created a touristic facility on the island of Elkhon, and now he needs to destroy it at his own expense, because we have the so-called Baikal anomaly. We have a national park, but the borders are haven't been defined yet, and there is a great argument with municipality, and there is a huge dispute where is the national park border and where is the border of municipality. So there are some topics which are interesting at the federal level. If we talk about this tourist facility, this problem is relevant for almost all the territories. We have another text, the story of Marina Ruzaeva, housewife. She was tortured by policemen. We have different examples when there was no reason for a text to become popular, but still they became so. Nelia Popova, an 80-year-old lady, the only inhabitant of a village which is called Tayozhne, so approximately 30 houses, absolutely empty, abandoned, dilapidated, shabby, and this elderly lady lives there. She's not willing to leave, and actually she has nowhere to live. Administration offered to come to the elderly house, but she refused. She doesn't have electricity, water, she doesn't have anything, and she lives there. And I hope that this text influenced the situation positively, because they have the authorities found a family which adopted this elderly lady. Another story, village, a doctor who saved Queen's translator, so a kind of extreme tourist, attacked by local criminals. He was stabbed 30 times, and so only thanks to this doctor he survived. So that's the story how our village medicine is surviving. Gambol was dreaming of constructing a hospital in his village, but he couldn't do that, and he thought that because of the pandemic everything will be stagnated as well. But after the text, situation was resolved positively. Financing is in the regional budget. I don't know whether it was the influence of the publication or not. Still, our mission is talk about problems, take them to the surface, to the public dimension, because when the problem has revealed itself, it's very difficult to neglect it. So it's not the issue of resolving the problem of definite elderly person or definite hospital, but to make all hospitals and elderly people be noticed. So thank you. I would like to see that people of Baikal, wonderful project. We saw you, we've noticed you, you're talented, you do good things. You come back to the citizens of your region. I think that's the main thing a journalist can do. Because you create the main agenda. You're part of Russia. You represent people who support Russia, who are the foundation of Russia. That's why this project is wonderful. Now we shift to Italy. We have a wonderful young generation of compatriots in Italy. Arsana, quite an active lady. We met in Rome, where we had our project, meetings of Italian and Russian young journalists. I'm very glad that you came. So the new generation of our compatriots is very important.
Добрый день, уважаемые участники, слушатели.
So good afternoon, dear guests and organizers. My name is Arsana Akhmedyanova. I represent the Council of Young Russian Compatriots in Italy. I have been living in Italy for 9 years and I have been taking part in Dialogue of Cultures constantly. This year I have spent in Russia, in my motherland, in the Urals. I'm also a translator from English and Italian, vice president of the Association of Bashkirs and Tatars of Italy, and take active part in youth forums. My family and me are connected with the hermitage, with our family story. My great-grandfather has spent more than 20 years in pre-revolutionary St. Petersburg. And in 1904, he started working in the Winter Palace as Tatars were not inclined for revolutionary activities. That's why they were willingly employed. And on the 9th of January 1905, when the Bloody Sunday happened, he was witnessing that with his own eyes. And I would like to give you the book written by my father, historian, PhD in philosophy, and you see the memories. So last time Ashot Yegeshevich presented me with a book and I read it. I know everything about you now, and the same item I would like to give to the Hermitage to Mr. Petrovsky. And now let's start the let's begin the presentation. I will try to be brief. I will tell you about our project in Italy, Russian Roads. Our project is a big Russian-Italian competition. Italy, Russian Roads is a cultural educational project aimed at the development of international cooperation and popularization of work in the field of art and culture among young people. Uniqueness of project, intercultural project, unique communication experience, research and discoveries have been made, new information about Italy and great Russians of the past, which hasn't been reflected before. So you can see that in the results of work. I will dwell upon that later. Next thing, who are organizers? Our Council of Young Russian Compatriots of Italy. The council was created on the 6th of April 2019 with the support of the Ministry of Culture, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Russia, Russian Embassy, Russian Center of Culture and Science in Rome, and Coordination Council of Association of Russian Compatriots. The council works actively in the following directions. We have different projects with young people in education and science, culture and art, entrepreneurship, information support of young Russian compatriots living abroad. Who are organizers of this competition? Italy, Russian Roads, our favorite Ekaterina Gundareva. Hello to you. That's the author. That's a person whose ideas was to create a project. She's a producer and she's a professional producer, and she has exerted all her effort and soul to the project. So me and my other colleague are my co-chairs. After that, our technical staff, marketeers, designers, and they helped me a lot, especially Konstantin Filitov. He helped me with the presentation a lot. So one man and invisible. Yeah, so that's a project. A lot of people exerted effort. So the project is supported by same organizations. And besides, I would like to mention Russian-Italian Forum Dialogue. So how is the project done? In the round of 9 months, Russian-speaking young people work in teams. Teams have 30 people, 10 teams, 2 participants from Russia and 1 participant from Italy. In the city where the historic person lived, there are also Italians and Russians. The age ranges from 18 years old to 35 years old, and our geography is Moscow, St. Petersburg, Rostov-on-Don, Samara, Ryazan, Rome, Bologna, Messina, Napoli, Genova, Firenze, and Italians. So, of course, not everyone is represented. From Sorrento, Florence, Moscow, one girl from Ukraine. So Russian compatriots and Italians, male and female. So universities taken part: Moscow State University, Ranhix-Mgik, Moscow University, Yesenin University, Samara University, named after academician Korolev, and UFOM. So other historic personalities which are being researched this year, and the project is planned to be annually: Dostoevsky, Poletaev, Gertsen, Zineval, Konska, Suvorov, Akhmatova, Chukovsky, Mechnikov, Ayvazovsky, and Turgenev. So when you see the cities they visited. As the result, 10 scientific articles were published, educational videos were published. One of the conditions of participation was work in archives and interviews with offsprings.
Анна Ахматова. Что мы с ней связываем? Поэзия, Великая Отечественная война и Николай Гумилев, да, но не только. Ахматова – это еще и Италия, которая вдохновляла ее на творчество. Сегодня мы откроем новую страницу в биографии Ахматовой. Именно о визите в центральную часть Италии мы и поговорим. доме русского посла при Саксонском дворе, где некогда гостил и музицировал Моцарт, родилась княжна Зинаида, будущая княгиня Зинаида Александровна Волконская. Всем известен фонтан Треви в Риме, но мало кто знает, что в палаце за этим фонтаном долгие годы своей жизни прожила дочь русского посла, княгиня Зинаида Волконская.
Уже как 2 года я работаю музыкальным критиком в газете «Русские ведомости». В Милане на днях должна была состояться премьера постановки оперы Глинки «Жизнь за царя», написание рецензии на которую поручили непосредственно мне.
Петр Ильич, быть может, вам представится желанным провести некоторое время во Флоренции, разумеется, под моим теплейшим покровительством. Так что вам не надо было бы в эти 1,5 месяца ни о чем заботиться и только заниматься тем, что дорого и вам, и мне, музыкой.
Вы еще спрашиваете? Разумеется, я еду.
So we come back to the presentation, and here we try to reveal some details to you. So each team had their own videos, and they will be published on the website in May. If someone is interested, if you want to contribute in that, in Russian history, if you want to vote, so voting is open on the website and winners will be selected. And we were to show that in May, but we made exception for the Dialogue of Cultures. So the winner team will be selected by a jury, professional jury, composed of so I will enumerate several people. Alexey Alexeyevich Karamurza, Russian philosopher, historian. Vladimir Dmitriev, co-chair of Italian-Russian Forum. Daria Pushkova, head of Russian Center of Science and Culture in Rome. Another Italian, Bianca Sulpasso from the University of Rome. Mikhail Talalay, Sergei Drushko, an actor, and others. In May, there are 2 conferences, one in main Russian Center of Art and Culture, and also in Moscow. I would like to invite everyone who would like to cover that. Printed media and digital media. We can exchange our contacts. We will have different participants and good prizes and awards. We will have our Instagram account, Strada Russa, a very interesting page. Ekaterina Gundareva did a great job. She invites interesting experts. That's about Italy, about modern Russian-Italian projects. Our news. So you see difficulties of translation, love stories between Russian women and Italian men. We also had excursions. So we have a project, History in 3D. So 3D excursion in ancient Rome. So a very interesting account, so get subscribed. So brief promo to join us. We will have the 2nd season. If you're from 18 to 35 years old, there are a lot of other historic personalities, great Russians of the past. You can join our project. To conclude our contacts, and so I will be here as well. So I wanted to express my great gratitude to Mr. Jozayan that you have managed to organize such a wonderful forum in these difficult times, to give us opportunity to exchange information, first and foremost, face-to-face. Those who didn't manage to do that got in touch online, and I know that Olga Emelianova and Ashot Jozayan and all the others contribute so much in that, so thank you. I think that this new generation is an interesting story. So Russian Roots is a good title, and you have a good family name from Gumilov to Ivazovsky. They did a lot. Italy and Russians are a serious story, and you do a great job, but you need to communicate more and to exchange experience more. I'm sure I'm ready to support your Moscow meeting and to have media present. We have a lot of good journalists interested in this topic. We have opened a festival of documentaries together with our Center of Italian Culture, and the Ambassador Italy is one of the greatest countries, and a country open to the Russian world and which loves its Russian world. And you said, not occasionally, that Italian men love Russian women, and who doesn't love them? So I would like to invite Evgeny Super, who has created wonderful story. Time is moving forward. So colleagues, Evgeny Super, and we will have Alexander, a colleague of mine, will join me via Zoom. Colleagues, hello, I think I have 30 seconds left for my presentation, so I will try to be very brief. So coming back to the basis, the sense of the forum, which is called Dialogue of Cultures, first and foremost we need to ask a question. So is it needed? What has to be done? Is it perspective? So deglobalization is going on. So politicians don't know how to talk to each other. They have only monologue via Twitter or via other media. We need to support dialogues. If political leaders can't support it, if international law is incapable of dealing with that, then civil society is to get involved. How can it be done? But we thought it to be impossible, but something is possible, and our project showed that. 10 years ago we had a project which is called Time Forward. My presentation has one slide. So that's the project talking about good news in Russia. These are journalists dealing with problems, talking about different problems, problematic issues, disadvantages, but another function was being lost, talking about positive things, about what is going on in our country, and there are a lot of good things which happen. We have icebreakers, we have a lot of enterprises and factories resurrected, airplanes constructed, and so our audience is a Russian-speaking audience all over the world. So our Russian-speaking audience has started asking us making our content in foreign languages, and we started to do that. And it is in demand also abroad, which are not, and among people who are not our compatriots. For instance, in Serbia, there are a lot of people who sincerely love Russia, and our project has 8 million views in Serbia, in the run of the year, take into account that the population of Serbia is 7 million people. Now we try to develop that in Germany. There are a lot of people who are tired of propaganda type of information which is present in European media or transatlantic media if we talk about Russia, because Russia is negatively represented as wild country, barbarian country which does everything wrong, and our information was in demand. You can have a look at it on YouTube. Our channel is called Rusin Gestalt, and so we can get in touch with our colleague Alexander. Guten Tag. So I would like to ask you, as a person who lives in Germany and has his own project in Germany, how do Germans treat such information about Russia, non-typical information? Of course, I have specific audience. We have 10,000 subscribers in the run of 2 years, and I think 80% or 90% of northern Germans have good attitude. I often see words of gratitude in comments, and I would like to emphasize that. So I express my stance quite sincere and quite harsh in a pro-Russian format, and nevertheless there are a lot of people who perceived it positively and thank me, and I had some small donations. People are ready to donate a couple of euro. There is negative response, but it is limited to our former compatriots, advocates of Maidan, Navalny, but Germans, at least those who follow me, I haven't seen anything negative in the run of 2 years, so they mainly support. So, okay, thank you, Alexander. Good luck to you and your project. So this is it, colleagues. I will finalize my presentation. So, questions, but very brief. Evgeny? So we have applied to you twice, and in your video you have covered our project for 30 seconds, where we asked for donations from the audience, and in the run of 2 days we have managed to get the necessary sum. So how do you manage to do that? Is it connected somehow with positive content, or it is connected because our YouTube audience is not that huge, but it is selected audience. These are passionate people, and we have been gathering them for 10 years. They're very passionate in a positive sense of the word. They're ready to support those news which are positive and socially oriented. So people love your project, and they that is the bridge between you and your audience. Now I would like to invite Tatiana Lubina. You have good texts, you're an interesting author. You opened St. Petersburg for your Facebook friends. Could you please tell me about your project, not more than 5 minutes? So I would like to start with the words of gratitude, and it's so precious that you've managed to organize that in face-to-face, because we have missed it so much. So thank you very much. So my presentation is the continuation of the topic which was raised yesterday, and besides social media we have another tool for that. Articles from Russia aimed at Russian-speaking audience abroad. It turned out to be very interesting and perspective, which helps us promote Russian interests. I'm frequently asked how I managed to cooperate with foreign media, being a Russian, being Petersburg citizen, and I'd like to say that I write also for Russians in Petersburg, but in terms of foreign media, that's Estonia, Finland, Germany, Tajikistan. Soon we'll have Azerbaijan and Sweden. Everything started occasionally, but it is really very interesting, and that's a huge responsibility. Why am I writing for the for foreign media? First and foremost, there is a huge demand for positive news among Russian-speaking audience abroad. It has existed before, but this year, which has become very complicated for everyone, this demand has increased because we in Russia do not know always what's going on. So you can imagine the informative hunger which exists abroad is quite hard, and so people are interested in what is obvious for us here. For instance, here on the photo, you see the illustration of several materials I was doing, and some of them were interesting for me. For instance, Pushkinsky Gory Memorial, which are directly connected with Alexander Pushkin and State Hermitage Project and others. So there is a demand for positive news, and psychologists say that as well, because negative things and news are quite quick to be embedded in our heads, but it takes time to transmit something positive, and we like it, and it is needed, and it is correct. Besides, abroad, there is a huge demand for what is called association to news, cultural and historical news of Russia. We have some relative or connected topics which are interested because they involve several aspects. For instance, a couple of years ago, we were commemorating the name of Ivan Krusenstern, and we had a project with Estonia, and so we have a lot of such projects. Last year we had another project with Estonia dedicated to 100th anniversary of Georg Ots. He was born in St. Petersburg and he lived in Estonia. Not everyone knows that. And last year we have also opened a city park, city garden named after him. And for me, it became evident that if you do something, you need to do it properly, you need to do that well. But such articles have become my personal contribution in interaction between countries, my small personal bridge, which let me make relations between countries a bit more friendly, especially during these complicated times. And another point I would like to mention is easy to write for foreign media. Besides being huge responsibility, it's very complicated. There is a good quote, and I think this phrase is useful for many journalists and for those who have been acting as speakers. These are the words of Vladimir Vysotsky, who once answered to French journalists that I have claims to the government of my country, but I won't be resolving them with you, because language and terms we can use for internal publications do not mean that that's the language which is appropriate for writing abroad. We need to remember that we are citizens of our country. We are responsible for our country and our reputation. I would like to say that Vysotsky has said good things. You have a good project, Tajikistan, Estonia, Finland, Sweden. So Russian world, for instance, Chekhov, you know that Chekhov is top one in terms of performances staged. Even he outstrips even Shakespeare. He's staged in so many languages, so that's so good that you do that, and a wonderful Estonian portal. Colleagues, do that in Estonian. For instance, we have nothing to hide. For instance, our colleagues now will go to Pskov, Vyborg, Великий Новгород. So we have nothing to hide. So we are not to be closed. We are open to the world, and Russians are open to the world. So that's very important. And we are not only for ourselves. So the same way as wonderful Russian roads do, I think we need to pay attention to that. We are part of the world. We're a good and talented part. We have nothing to hide, so I agree with Vysotsky all the time. But on the other hand, this is it as well. So we need to pay attention to that. That's an important thing. We are not to be closed, we are to be open to the world. That's important. So we continue another wonderful cross-border project. Alexandra Golubova, head of Russian-Polish Center of Dialogue. So last year she brought wonderful photographers here, bloggers, our colleagues from Poland, and that's this part appeals to me. Thank you very much. So my colleagues also will be joining us online, and they were taking part last year in the Media Forum for the first time, and they were so very impressed, especially our author, Michal Shimko, photo correspondent and author of his own photos, a wonderful young man, and he was so impressed, and it's so pleasant for me that he has so warm and kind impressions of the forum. Last year I didn't manage to come, and this year I make my mistakes corrected, and so I'm so much impressed. You have such a warm, cordial atmosphere. I understand why Michal has so many warm emotions, and he wants to continue. Our foundation, Russian-Polish Center of Dialogue and Agreement, it's clear from the title what we are dealing with, dialogue and agreement. We try to constitute it. So all the projects with the word dialogue, we love it so much. We implement projects and give grants for their implementation in several directions: science and education, culture, art, literature, youth, sport, exchanges, and we implement some initiatives as well. So I will be very brief. So grants for these are the directions where we can have financial resources provided. So the key thing is to have Polish presence, so something aimed at Russian-Polish positive interaction in cultural or humanitarian spheres. So we specialize on Russian-Polish projects, and an application is to be filed. After that, consultations are held with our employees, expert assessment. And after that, a session of the fund is held where a decision is made on issuing a grant, and we monitor also the project in while it is being implemented. And so if you're interested, if you have ideas, please contact us. If you want to promote Russian-Polish positive cooperation, we will be very happy. So briefly, science and education. Basically, we have different levels of meetings. Youth, school, expert, different directions. We have interpreters, politicians, literature experts, lawyers, basically all the directions, all students of all specializations. That's the high level we have. We also support such projects. Also, we support projects of Russian Historic Society, for instance, Sergei Naryshkin on the photo, and academician Chvaryan and Turkunov. So the level is high profile and different, so youth and high level. So in terms of politologists, so we also have international schools, not only Russian, Polish, so we'll be happy to see participants from other countries. English is official language. So we have it in summer in St. Petersburg, in Losevo, and in winter in Великий Новгород, interesting cities. It's pleasant that we try to go beyond ordinary locations as Moscow and St. Petersburg. It's important for us because people in Poland don't know a lot about Russia. They know primarily St. Petersburg and Moscow, but we would like to show the diversity of Russia. So we have different youth exchanges, football cup, theater exchanges between GITIS and Theater Academy of Warsaw, different youth cinema schools, musical exchanges. If you are interested, we would like to invite you. In terms of our projects, primarily that's about some competitions. Quite frequently they are aimed at Polish participants. We would like to get them involved in dialogue and communication with their peers. You see the previous forum of young journalists. We held And we held a competition among Polish youth, and Michal and Dominika won the competition. And thanks to that, to our cooperation, they managed to come and to open such an interesting initiative and to carry on. During the pandemics, we have opened a successful format of online quiz. It is called Russian-Polish online quiz, but we invite everyone. It is done in a bilingual format, in Russian and in Polish. We have Russian and Polish moderators. Boris Belozerov, quite a famous captain. We had a winter-autumn season, the second one. We tried that in summer as well, and it proved to be successful. During quarantine, borders are closed, and young people lacked communication and entertainment. So there have been a lot of seminars, conferences, master classes, or we wanted to have some entertainment as well, so that's why we launched such a quiz. It is entertaining and educational at the same time, because we talk about culture, history of Russia and Poland, but you don't need to have any specific knowledge. And so our next season will have 8 online games, which are held on a weekly basis in the evening. So our finalists are invited to Moscow for the finals. One Russian team, one Polish team, which will be held in the house, in the studio, where when game is filmed usually. And we hope when the borders are open, we will be able to do that. So in a nutshell, literature, culture and art. We also deal with literature translations, cinema festival Sputnik over Poland, which is the 3rd largest in Poland, held in more than 15 theaters and has 80,000 spectators. Other workshops and meetings and similar festival held in Russia, which is called Wisla. We get Russian and other spectators acquainted with modern Polish cinema. So if you're interested in Polish cinema, actors, directors, we will be happy to invite you. So I hope there won't be any difficulties if you're interested in that. Expert exchange. If anyone wants to take part in that, if you prove that you're the right person to invite, we can help you with accommodation and flights. Our publications, and basically this is it. And now I would like to get you acquainted with our participants of the forum who have prepared their wonderful project, and they will tell you about it. Good afternoon, hello. I think I can start. I will try to do that in Russian. My name is Michal Shimko. I'm a journalist and art expert from Poland. And this year we represent together with Dominika a very important project for me. Lemko, nameless, anonymous. Why? Because I am, as a voice of young generation in Poland, see that Lemko region is changing. There is nothing there, just a void. I remember when I was a child, life was active there. There were a lot of houses, chizha as we called it in our dialect. After the deportation, a lot of Lemko citizens moved to Ukraine, Russia, in western regions of Poland, not in their motherland region, and that became the huge region. That is the huge issue. I started working with the story of my grandmother. She was deported to the western regions of Poland, and unfortunately she didn't have an opportunity to come back to her village. Thanks God, in several years she managed to do that, but unfortunately now there is nothing there, neither history or something, just void. And so we asked the question, what would happen but for deportation? How would Lemko region look like now? And the final version is seen in the collage and how we worked. I make photos how it looks like now. It's just a void, emptiness, 5-8 houses per village. And Dominika, together with me, was thinking how to transfer archive photos on modern ones to demonstrate how we would like our future to look like. And now I'd like to give the floor to Dominika. One moment. So your works, we have opened a grand exhibition today, and your works were very much appreciated by the colleagues, so I congratulate you on that. Dominika, please. Большое спасибо. Также привет из Варшавы. К сожалению, не могу говорить по-русски. Прошу за это прощения. Меня зовут Доминика Хмелевская. Я художница и графический дизайнер. Я также...
And have that great opportunity to participate in that event. It is really, really nice from your side. And I suppose that Michal had said already the most important things about our project Lemko Unnamed, but I wanted to add a few words from my side. So I just want to say how important that kind of project is for sharing Lemko's culture and memory as a part of our local history. In my opinion, we as a young people have a duty to remember about our roots and tell about it. So it was the main reason to create collages and to combine these two parts of history together, the old one and the current one. So we're using archive Lemko's photos and current photos of that emptiness. We wanted to show how it was before Vistula campaign and how even it could be now. And so I hope that you will enjoy our work and that these colleges will bring you into that really, really beautiful but now empty Lemkos region. So thank you so much and really have a great time.
And I'm sorry, I have to tell one more thing, because this is so important. Może na ruskim скажу. Сейчас у нас в Польше идет народный спис. И
now we have the increase of ethnical some identity in Poland, so it's very important for us that our young people say that they are Lemkos, because besides Polish language, there is Lemkos language. And so I would like to thank Sasha, Anya, Anastasia from the foundation for being with us and for doing such great things. We would like to wish you to exit lockdown as soon as possible and join us. You know, the main thing is that we are not nearby, but we are together. Thank you. Colleagues, we continue. Svetlana Nikitina and Daria Merzlikova. Ijevsk, who I am. Now we would like to introduce you a project of our documentary. I would like to tell you how it was created and how it became the means of international communication between people of different countries during our period of studies abroad. We wanted to develop intercultural communication. We decided to we wanted to have intercultural project to have representatives of different cultures and languages, and we made a documentary dedicated to self-identification, because this issue is very acute. That's why we have two directions of our work. So we were dealing with the introductory part of our movie, and after that we were implementing the whole scope of works, but after that we stopped our work because of lockdown, because we started it in China. Now we can't enter China at the moment, but we hope we will resume in the future. You see our team, representatives of European, Asian and Eurasian part of our planet, and we need to take into account age and gender differences, because we had students 24 plus, 35 plus, male and female, and also different linguistic barriers, as we have Hungarians, Chinese, Russians and others, and English was chosen for communication. So Susan, our hero, she can't identify her national identity because she has Chinese origin, but she lived in Hungary her whole life. And she speaks Hungarian fluently. Now she's working over her Chinese. She speaks English. She has friends from different countries. But she can't identify herself as a Chinese or Hungarian. That's a dilemma she has all the time. She feels to be a stranger everywhere. And she has this inner conflict of 3 languages. That's why we made a video about Hungarian, Chinese, and English to stress her inner problematics for self-identity. As our project is non-commercial, we involved our own resources. And also the rules of shooting in China are a bit different with ours. And so, last slide. This experience showed to us that it's very important to take into account linguistic aspects of work, because for us there were some collision points in our work, and at the same time some cultural differences were to be taken into account. You see on the slide location and shooting process. Because of the differences in permits, some parts of scenarios had to be delayed because we couldn't get permission. And now you see the fragments of the video, but we will show part of it to save time.
Around the world we can find tons of nationalities. All of them has their own culture, language and traditions. But most of the time all of them can identify themselves with their passport. For me it's a different thing. I am the only one in my Chinese family who has a Hungarian passport. All my Hungarian friends call me Zsuzsi. For English I'm Susan, and my real Chinese name is Duan Weiwei. So, who am I? Magyarország.
Да, конечно. Да, мы закончили.
Микрофон, пожалуйста, ребята, обращайтесь ко мне. Где микрофон? Где микрофон? Пожалуйста. Представляетесь, задаете вопрос.
Татьяна Любина. На самом деле тема действительно...
Tatiana Lubina, the topic is quite crucial. What is the solution? Do you see any solution or way out? Because I have a similar story with a friend of mine. Children of couple of French and the Russian living in Norway, so they have this self-identity problem. So it's difficult to resolve this eternal issue with one movie. I think it's a complicated goal for anyone, but from the standpoint of our hero, she's trying to use her example to show that it's okay to be part of different cultures, and even if you feel a stranger at first, after some time, so a good project. So we have so many nationalities and ethnicities in Russia, so it's a very interesting story of self-identification, who I am, who we are. So we have had a look at cross-border projects, and now I would like to introduce a person who has been working with the Russian topic for a long time, Ricardo, our friend who has created several wonderful stories. One of the recent works is The City of Applause. Joint project, we supported it, and he created a wonderful documentary, and he is a wonderful person, a blogger. So that's his work, that's his soul. He is a genuine Spanish, but he is in love with Russia. So I'm so happy that you came and you represent your work in the City of Applause. Thank you very much for your invitation. I thought that, thank you for organizing this event. This year I thought that it would be impossible to do that this year because of the pandemic, but still I'm so happy. So I'm a video operator, cameraman. I work for different media, foreign and Russian. And when I have time and money, I do my projects. Project I would like to demonstrate a bit. You can find on my YouTube channel. That's a movie about cultural life of St. Petersburg. I have lived in St. Petersburg for 5 years. I love it so much. I miss it so much. And I have always had such an idea in my head. So theaters, Mariinsky, Mikhailovsky, Alexandrovsky, I was taking my camera and shooting what was going on inside. And when I found some time and some money to come here, I lived here and I was shooting the film I was doing with love. I had crowdfunding and there were people who helped me. So they donated different sums of money, but still it was very pleasant. And I managed to shoot such a movie, which is a movie which lasts 1 hour, but we will have a look at 15-20 minutes. Now, timing is unsuccessful because of the pandemic. So can we switch the lights off to have the atmosphere of the cinema theater? So thank you.
Я учусь в Академии танца Бориса Эйфмана. Это замечательная академия, здесь можно развивать свои таланты, принимают из 50 тысяч человек, к примеру, только 50, то есть отбирают самых лучших. И я когда сюда пришла первый раз, ну, в 1-5 класс, и вот как я сейчас, через год, я стала заниматься очень хорошо, намного лучше, чем раньше занималась. очень важно. Если бы был плохой, очень требовательный, плохой, можно так сказать, преподаватель, он был очень строгий, постоянно на нас кричал, то я бы просто не выдержала. Но у нас Анна Александровна, она очень мягкая. И вот когда она что-то меня просит, я понимаю, что если сейчас не сделаю, то это будет очень плохо, и она расстроится. Вот, и я стараюсь все, делать, и для меня это очень важно. У нас есть классика, джаз, там современный танец, историко-бытовой танец, это так же, как классика, только там проходит вот вальс, вот все такое вот. Пластиковыразительность мне очень нравится, там можно показать все свои эмоции, вот прям расслабиться после классики.
Еще раз так. Налево. Стопа работает. Еще раз сначала играем.
Тогда я, когда был ребенком, не совсем понимал, но мне нравился ритм, мне нравились тембры инструментов, саксофон, ударные инструменты. И то, что они делали, то, что они импровизировали, я тогда не понимал этому, что это импровизация. Но позже, когда я стал взрослее, и уже юношей в последних классах, повстречав старших некоторых товарищей, друзей, которые объяснили мне, что джаз – это импровизационное искусство, что я имею право играть не то, как в классике, что написано в нотах, и я обязан это исполнить так, как написал этот композитор, хорошо исполнить, а оказывается, я могу сам придумывать свою музыку, сам могу ее как угодно изменять, а самое главное, могу импровизировать.
Я из династийной семьи, династийной цирковой семьи, поэтому выбор у меня, конечно, был, куда пойти, но все равно жизнь свелась с цирком. Я пробовала себя в балете, проучилась несколько лет в хореографическом училище, но так получилось, что папа меня все равно забрал в цирк. И я работаю очень много различных номеров в цирке, различных жанров, но тем не менее воздух – это мой любимый жанр, воздух и дрессированные попугаи, которому я отдаю всю душу, сердце и фантазию. У меня мама и папа работали воздух, но случилось несчастье, они упали. И мама разбилась во время выступления циркового представления, прямо разбилась насмерть. И папа очень долго не хотел, чтобы я работала именно этот жанр, именно в воздух. Он меня не пускал, можно так сказать. Я работала и жонглером, я работала и на канате, я хула-хупы крутила, я гимнастические упражнения делала различные, но только не воздух. Ну и совершенно случайно у меня партнерша, с которой я сейчас работаю, это Елена Петрикова, она как-то на репетиции, она работала соло, она как-то на репетиции сказала: Лена, а давай попробуем. И мы попробовали. И настолько хорошо попробовали, что у нас все получилось.
Как все, окончил школу 11 классов и решил поступать в театральный. Почему решил? Не знаю, потому что я в какой-то момент понял, что я просто больше нигде не смогу существовать, и что я смогу жить только если я буду на сцене. На самом деле сначала я даже не планировал никак связывать себя с искусством, то есть я не хотел быть артистом. Я думал, что... сначала у меня было просто представление такое, что это скорее хобби, это не может быть занятием всей жизни, то есть это не может рассматриваться как профессия. К концу 10 класса я понял, что я все равно никуда не денусь от сцены, и что я не смогу существовать нигде, кроме как сцены, и подумал, что почему бы и нет, можно рискнуть и попробовать поступить в театральный институт. И, закончив 11 класс, сдав все экзамены, я сразу после выпускного вечера, на следующий день, у меня был билет на самолет сюда, в Санкт-Петербург, и я прилетел и начал проходить вступительные экзамены сюда, и поступил.
Я думаю, что, конечно, это предопределено с детства, потому что это образ жизни семьи. Если бы я росла в семье хирургов, я думаю, что наверняка мой путь бы пошел по медицинской стезе, а так как с детства дома были артисты, операторы, режиссеры, художники-постановщики. И атмосфера в доме все время благоволила к тому, что разговоры все были об искусстве. Я не могу сказать, что я мечтала с детства быть актрисой. Нет, такого не было. Я пришла к этому лет в 14-15. Я была на открытии учебной сцены на Маховой. У нас есть академия театральная, где учатся артисты. И очень долгое время была закрыта сцена. И вот было долгожданное открытие, и выступали студенты. То есть я, по сути, увидела не артистов, а студентов. И я их увидела и поняла, что я ужасно хочу вот как они. Я хочу быть среди них, я хочу быть вот студенткой этого института.
В самом этом месте, в театральной академии, ты понимаешь, что это одно из мест сосредоточения этой энергетики, искусства. Это такой центр силы, потому что здесь воспитывались, здесь в первый раз выходили на сцену люди, на которых мы сейчас равняемся.
Все равно это было 5 лет счастья, потому что вот мы приходили туда, мы там жили, мы ночевали там, мы репетировали по ночам. И наша аудитория была на той стороне, где театр, и мы каждое утро бегали через дорогу в основной корпус, там был танец и многие другие дисциплины. И, конечно, для меня это особенное место, потому что мои родители там учились, мои родители держались за эти же станки в танцевальном зале. Даже были педагоги наши общие, которые еще учили моих родителей.
Весна! Весна пришла весна!
Приехал сюда, стал поступать, но меня на драматического артиста не взяли. Я не поступил. Вот. Мне сказали, что иди и пробуйся в другую студию, Кудашову, он набирает новый курс. Я вообще не знал, кто такой Кудашов, что он делает. Вот. И когда мне сказали, что это театр кукол, я сказал, нет, ребята, нет. Я хочу быть артистом кино, я хочу быть артистом театра, я хочу сниматься в кино. Я не хочу в кукольном театре. Что это за детский сад? Нет. Постепенно, когда мы учились, я потихоньку стал открывать для себя заново кукольный театр, потому что мое представление о кукольном театре было архаическое, вообще древнее какое-то.
Я помню, что сначала я не могу сказать, что мне очень нравилось. Мне очень нравилось танцевать, но мы почему-то то сидели на полу, то стояли у палки, делали какие-то однообразные движения. Я все хотела танцевать. И все практически происходило у меня за компанию, потому что девочки-подружки хотели учиться, хотели быть балеринами. А потом, когда я уже поступила в академию и в московскую, мне было 11 лет, и папа у меня серьезно тогда спросил. Вот он сказал, что неплохо получается, там, например, математика, неплохо есть способность к языкам. Ты уверена, что ты хочешь вообще балетом заниматься? Потому что в семье у нас никто с искусством не связан, и, в принципе, как бы мои родители дали мне понять, что помочь мне будет некому, я буду на этом пути одинока. Но вот в 11 лет я уже понимала, что мне хочется танцевать, и что мне это нравится, что я бы хотела этим заниматься по жизни. Ну, конечно, у нас немножко другое детство, чем у детей, которые учатся в школах. Мне кажется, нас можно сравнить с учениками какого-то военного училища, потому что у нас Нас приводят детей с утра в 9 утра в академию, мы заканчиваем в 7 часов, а если есть репетиции, то в 9 вечера.
В Калининграде были друзья, но я переехала, и здесь появились друзья, которые меня больше даже стали понимать. У нас одинаковые, не одинаковые судьбы, но мы занимаемся одним и тем же. И это нам близко, и мы можем поговорить о балете, куда мы пошли в воскресенье, там, на какие спектакли там. И мы понимаем все в балете, можно так сказать, и у нас такой общий язык. Да, это очень большой шаг, я это прекрасно понимаю, потому что не все семьи способны переехать сюда, оставляют детей в интернате. Я понимаю, как это тяжело им здесь, детям. А понимаю сторону мамы с папой, потому что они бросили всю свою семью и заодно меня приехали в Санкт-Петербург. Я очень им благодарна за это, потому что это очень большой подвиг. Они там бросили и работу, и всех моих родственников. Но и я очень сильно скучаю по своим родственникам, даже плачу иногда.
Скрипку мне дали 4 года, и тогда у меня особо выбора не было. Мне сказали, что вот тебе скрипочка, давай начнем заниматься. Первый раз я пришел сюда, в это здание, когда мне было, наверное, лет 5 или 6. Лет 5 или 6, я помню прекрасно до сих пор. Где-то у меня дома лежит, надо прийти посмотреть, поискать. Программка, когда я первый раз пришел слушать заслуженный коллектив. Меня тогда привели в дирижерскую, подвели к Юрию Хатуевичу. Я увидел Юрия Хатуевича, думаю, класс. Только что такой звук, такой вообще оркестр, такая музыка, такой зал. И меня подводит, и я помню, Юрий Хатуевич расписался на этой программке, шарж свой фирменный нарисовал, подарил мне, и я счастливо ушел домой.
Я думаю, что любая девочка мечтает стать артисткой. Но я твердо знала, что я буду артисткой в 5 лет. Честное слово. Причем именно артисткой оперетты. Потому что я родилась в Новоалтайске, это очень далеко, это в Сибири. И мамочка мне сшила платье капроновое. И меня ставили на табуретку, и я пела. Я, наверное, петь начала раньше, чем разговаривать. Но я счастлива, что я попала именно в Петербург, а не в Москву. И самое прекрасное, наверное, это моя самая большая удача, что я попала к режиссеру, который был главным режиссером этого театра, Владимир Григорьевич Воробьев. Это мой педагог. И именно он дал мне путевку в жизнь, как говорится.
В 7 лет я занимался вольной борьбой. У меня папа боксером был. Вот я занимался вольной борьбой, а родная сестра моя на художественной гимнастике занималась и часто таскала меня с собой. Я за ней там прыгал, повторял всякие движения. И ее тренер, когда увидел меня, сказала, что попробуйте отдать в Вагановское училище. Проучился там 9 лет. И сразу же после окончания попал в Мариинский театр. Но в Мариинском театре проработал всего 2 дня, так как пришло выгодное предложение с Михайловского театра, за что я очень благодарен.
Рига – это город очень маленький,
И я училась в такой школе, которая очень связана уже с консерваторией рижской. И мы все друг друга, профессора и студенты, так близко друг друга знаем, что там уже такой рост невозможен. Это было в последний момент, потому что я искала профессора. И если я бы нашла такого же прекрасного профессора, не знаю, в Израиле или в Англии, или там же в Латвии, я бы училась там. Но я своего прекрасного профессора, Александра Михайловича Сандлера, нашла именно здесь. И он согласился со мной работать, и потому я решила здесь учиться.
Санкт-Петербург. Обзорная экскурсия по городу с выходами для фотографирования. Жить интереснейший рассказ. В Петербурге лучший вид отдыха — это экскурсия. Приглашаем вас вместе с нами отдохнуть. Приятно и интересно провести свое свободное время. Прямо сейчас.
История с балетом у меня началась в 10 лет в городе Новосибирске. Это был не мой выбор, это был выбор моих родителей. И первое время я не понимал вообще, зачем я, для чего я учусь. Я только не хотел расстроить родителей. Настоящее какое-то понимание, то, что я действительно люблю эту профессию, пришло только, наверное, в течение 5 лет, наверное. Если честно, я сначала не воспринимал это как мужскую профессию. Мне казалось, это больше для девушек, что-то это красивые линии, там, пуанты, пачки. И я даже стеснялся говорить, что я учусь в балетной школе, потому что все равно в России какие бывают какие-то стереотипы о том, что это не мужская профессия. А спустя 5 лет я понял, что это действительно очень тяжелый труд, и физический труд, и эмоциональный труд.
Я выбрала фламенко достаточно рано, и, может быть, даже сейчас мне кажется, что это фламенко выбрало меня, потому что, когда мне было 6 лет, я увидела, как танцуют испанские танцовщицы в шоу фламенко, влюбилась абсолютно в этот танец и поняла, что мне хотелось бы связать свою жизнь именно с фламенко. Никогда не возникало вопросов, почему именно фламенко. Я чувствую себя свободной, я чувствую себя комфортно, мне всегда хочется развиваться, я встречаю потрясающих учителей на своем пути, и мне кажется, с каждым годом, что все больше и больше интересного передо мной открывается.
Thank you. If you would like to have a look at the full version, it is easy to be found in the net. So if there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer. Okay, thank you. And our next participant, Artur Ishpulatov, he will introduce his project, Art of the Streets. Good afternoon, I beg your pardon for violating the queue, but I'm being late for the airplane, and the section is called I Live Here, and actually I'm not living in Chelyabinsk anymore for 2.5 weeks. I have moved to Moscow. A lot has been said that it is not what one needs to be done. Actually, Chelyabinsk is a good city. It's more about my ambitions. The project is called Art of the Streets. It's about graffiti and it's about the cultural code, but because of COVID, foreign writers couldn't manage to come, and instead of 10 houses, only 8 were painted, and we have a lot of Russian friends we work with, talented people, and for me, the pandemic so it was a kind of an emotional feedback during the pandemic when you could be distracted from bad thoughts, news about virus, ideas, and so on. The same was in the run of the whole year, what needs to be done, what will be, and so this material was created during hard depression I had. So let's have a look. That's not an academic television product. These are some impressionist strokes.
Челябинская область выиграла в голосовании за право проведения фестиваля «Культурный код».
Я снял этот спецрепортаж, потому что считаю, что современное искусство не имеет границ, оно гораздо больше, чем картины в галереях. Посвящаю 11-летнему мне, который тоже мечтал рисовать граффити, но убеждения взрослых отказаться от этой идеи оказались сильнее. Увидеть культурный код в Челябинске мечтали сами горожане. Они голосовали в социальных сетях на протяжении февраля. О том, что жителям мегаполиса не хватает ярких красок, говорит их упорство. В онлайн-опросе Южный Урал победил наравне с Татарстаном, Ставропольским краем и Нижегородской областью. Челябинск раскрашивают первым. 10 жилых новостроек на Университетской набережной.
Я сейчас размечаю сам рисунок, ориентируюсь на плиты самого дома, на квадраты.
Первый этап создания граффити – разметка, очертания будущего творения наносит на фасад Рустам Кубик, райтер-монументалист из Казани. Работает в больших масштабах и с двойственным смыслом.
Смысл в самой концепции, именно здесь, которую я изображаю, это справляться с трудностями.
Никаких спойлеров. Эскизы граффити с самого начала держат в секрете. У каждого художника своя техника создания мурала.
Я не использую аэрозоль. Я рисую фасадной краской для стен и использую валики, кисти в редком случае.
В отличие от аэрозольной, фасадную краску можно смешивать и получать новые оттенки. В среднем на одну внешнюю стену уходит 40 банок. Перед тем, как нанести граффити, поверхность грунтуют и выравнивают панельные швы. Работают райтеры с 10 утра до 8 вечера. У каждого есть ассистенты, это местные уличные художники или те, кто приехал вместе с гостями. У всех есть разрешение для работы на высоте и согласие жильцов.
Хорошо, конечно, да, я дала согласие. Очень круто.
Потому что здания такие унылые, серые, не помешало бы красивые фасады раскрасить.
Конечно, надо. Вообще прям очень за облагораживание таким способом красивым.
Продержаться муралы на фасадах должны 10-15 лет. Художник из Петербурга Филипп Дульмаченко создает трафаретное граффити. Райтеру нравится искусство эпохи Возрождения, в частности, сюжет охоты и темные цвета. Поэтому на фасаде 18-этажного дома изображают благородную породу спортивных гончих собак.
Я эти трафареты резал 14 дней. Для многих это долго, я это понимаю, но мне нравится. Я просто, когда режу трафареты, я понимаю, что результат будет один в один, как эскиз.
Все трафареты Филипп вырезает вручную с помощью ножа. В Челябинске художник устанавливает мировой рекорд. Еще никто не создавал такие большие муралы в подобной технике. Ни в одной стране нет 18-этажного здания, которое полностью расписано трафаретом.
Действительно тяжело работать на фасаде в непогоду, там трафарет рвется, дождь, мокнет, все. Очень жестко, но интересно.
Творить художникам приходится в суровых условиях южноуральского климата. 40-градусная жара сменяется ливнями. По словам райтера из Благовещенска Павла Ореза, ему повезло. Дождь застал последние дни работы, когда он вносил финальные штрихи. На высотке Павел аэрозольными красками в абстрактных формах изобразил тишину. Художник уверен, это то, чего не хватает современному человеку.
Когда ты
ловишь момент, в котором ты максимально погружаешься в себя, когда ты можешь понять, кто ты такой, что ты действительно хочешь в данный момент, ну и вообще в жизни. Вот. Поэтому он как раз-таки об этом.
Выбираться на прогулки по Челябинску у райтеров получается редко. Нужно в срок закончить граффити. Но когда большая часть отрисована, художникам предлагают увидеть красоты Южного Урала. Райтеров привозят в Златоуст. В горном парке имени Бажова собраны практически все герои произведений писателя. Хозяйка Медной горы, Серебряная копытца, Огневушка-поскакушка. У местных молодоженов в городе оружейников есть традиция посещать парк и у специального камня загадывать желания. Для этого обойти его нужно 3 раза. Попросить о самом сокровенном решают и художники. Правда, учесть все тонкости обряда сходу не получается.
Мы же единственный, кто обошел, поэтому будем теперь с твоей судьбой следить.
Да, а теперь надо ходить.
Предлагает художникам пройти квест, найти 3 ящерицы на скульптуре хозяйки Медной горы.
И вот одна
на руке,
ящерка. На руке ящерка.
И вон еще.
И вот еще одна, смотрите.
И отыскать 22 животных, спрятанных на чугунном дереве, показывают и природное богатство.
Одна из визитных карточек Челябинской области – национальный парк Тагана. Именно сюда приезжают лучшие райтеры России посмотреть на красоты Южного Урала. Правда, подкачала погода, обрушился дождь и опустился туман.
Ни погода, ни помеха. На память художники делают снимки на фоне красот.
Чтобы было горы. Ты там постарайся как бы.
Давай, улыбайся.
А кто-то вдохновляется увиденным и планирует перенести на граффити. Природу Южного Урала художники называют брутальной.
Скалистая местность и сам ландшафт. Ну вот опять-таки вот этот сильный ветер, холодная вода, она определенные ассоциации вызывает и, конечно, может стать вдохновением каких-то работ.
Ни одна поездка на Тагана не обходится без посещения ключа с родниковой водой. Вот и райтерам предлагают в бутылке набрать живительную влагу.
Вкусно.
И, наконец, жемчужина Урала, озеро Тургаяк. Художники признаются, поездка была необходима, как воздух, очистить мысли и просто отдохнуть. Работа на высоте отнимает много сил.
Ну, был очень свежий воздух, мне понравилось подышать, потому что на фасаде, находясь в Челябинске, там особо не раздышишься. И краской пахнет.
На Южном Урале художники проводят 25 дней. Некоторые смогли закончить раньше, улететь домой или в другие города, работать над новыми проектами. Почти за 3 недели на Университетской набережной появляются 10 муралов. И в подарок Челябинску райтеры делают 11-й незапланированный рисунок. Подарить мурал решил президент Фонда поддержки и развития современного искусства Дмитрий Лёбочкин. Заниматься граффити он начал 23 года назад. Аэрозольными красками пишет граффити с изображением Игоря Курчатова.
Мы знаем, здесь Игорь Курчатов основал свой институт и дал начало атомной промышленности. То есть был разделен мирный атом, то есть и военного значения атом тоже был.
Курчатов – фигура для Южного Урала и правда значимая. Теперь Университетская набережная в Челябинске – это целая галерея под открытым небом. Все муралы находятся в нескольких метрах друг от друга, и насладиться произведениями современного искусства можно во время прогулки.
Первые граффити начали появляться в 1920-е. Таким способом участники различных группировок метили свою территорию и общались между собой. Набирать популярность стрит-арт начал в 60-х в США. Уличным художникам полюбились поезда и метро, и они их раскрашивали по ночам в отстойниках. В 80-е райтеры столкнулись с проблемами. Их начали считать вандалами, а в США даже запрещали продавать баллончики с краской несовершеннолетним. Тогда культура уличного искусства постепенно перебралась в Европу и начала набирать популярность там. В России же граффити появились в 85-м вместе с повальной модой на брейк-данс. Сейчас же стрит-арт – это целое современное искусство с разными техниками, стилями и даже своими иконами.
И на Южном Урале пошли по пути развития современного искусства. На стене рисует супруга губернатора Ирина Текслер, мэр Челябинска Наталья Котова. В создании рисунка принимает участие и глава региона Алексей Текслер. Власти соглашаются организовать региональный фестиваль стрит-арта.
реакция и молодежи, и людей старшего возраста одинаковая. Да, людям очень нравится то, что они видят, и мы специально спланировали вот этот фестиваль «Культурный код» из двух этапов. Первый этап – это, да, Челябинск, это вот такая картинная галерея. Вторая часть – это в других наших городах.
Культурный код настолько понравился южноуральцам, что в регионе решили провести областной фестиваль граффити в 5 городах – Челябинске, Магнитогорске, Мясе, Златоусте и Бакале. Город оружейников – первый, куда приехали художники, чтобы расписать фасады домов.
Граффити мало. Таких арт-объектов мало.
Граффити в Златоусте рисует Тимур Абдулаев. В кругу единомышленников он известен как Бразил. Мурал художник пишет аэрозольными красками. Чтобы создавать линии разной толщины, у райтера есть специальные насадки.
Вот это тоненькие, это черная тоже тоненькая, красная это такая мягкая линия, а вот это черная, это широким пишет.
Правда, в работе с аэрозолью есть нюансы.
Баллончиками, конечно, приятнее, но уже в последнее время, за несколько лет рисования, влияние на здоровье, все, задумываешь, что стоит делать баллончиками. Стараешься по минимуму использовать.
Поэтому райтер рисует в респираторе, а еще использует альпинистскую страховку. Расписывает Тимур 10-этажку, безопасность здесь превыше всего.
Пояс такой, сразу на все тело. Это мне подарили на день рождения.
В мурале художник изображает мотив единения с природой.
Природа, по-моему, этот также беркут, ну, такая любимая птица, которая мне нравится, как выглядит. Ну и типа будет плавно так переходить в изобретение производства, город мастеров.
Эскиз граффити Тимур создавал специально для областного фестиваля. За рисунок проголосовали сами жители, добро дали и чиновники мэрии.
Дома это отбиралось администрацией города. То есть администрация городов смотрели какие-то объекты и уже дальше предоставляли их нам, и мы уже дальше с ними работаем.
Отбор в мэрии рисунки проходят, чтобы вписываться в облик города и не ухудшить его, а улучшить. Вообще граффити стали популярными в 2007 году. Тогда на фоне влияния субкультур появилось бесчисленное количество уличных художников. Вот и нынешнее поколение молодежи ищет способ самовыражения с помощью баллончика с краской.
После того, как в подземном переходе на площади Революции убрали торговые ларьки, на стенах начали появляться надписи. Все началось вот с этой. Добро пожаловать в андеграунд, а дальше сработала теория разбитых окон. Челябинцы начали делать рисунки, оставлять надписи, иногда с нецензурными словами, и в подземке буквально не осталось живого места. Кстати, все это можно отнести к граффити. Вот только где проходит та тонкая грань между современным искусством и вандализмом?
Теперь переход напоминает какой-нибудь неблагополучный район Нью-Йорка. Горожане реагируют по-разному. Кто-то хватается за сердце, кто-то просто разводит руками. Дальневосточный художник Павел Орис уверен, южноуральцы просто ищут способ самовыражения.
Здесь уже имеет место быть, что человек пришел, просто попробовал что-то сделать в маленьком формате.
Это граффити на набережной Мяса у торгового центра. На граните изображен чумной доктор. Павел считает, райтерам в Челябинске попросту нужно дать больше легального места для творчества.
Подобные места говорят о том, что уличные художники в городе нуждаются именно в легальных каких-то местах, спокойных, где они могут прийти, нарисовать свои эскизы без согласования.
Вот и получается, что решение проблемы лежит на поверхности. Не запрещать, а использовать как возможность сделать город ярче. Дать площадку, тогда тягу к вандализму заменит желание созидать, создавать новые достопримечательности. И у уличных художников Челябинска будет место, где можно набить руку. Мэрия и райтеры нашли компромисс. Часть стен в подземке в центре мегаполиса распишут, часть оставят чистыми, чтобы каждый желающий мог рисовать.
Это дает развитие толчок вообще и самому городу, и субкультуре. Мы преследуем, к примеру, сделать наш город Челябинск ярче, краше и городом, на котором можно посмотреть на качественный, красивый стрит-арт.
Следующую. So Karina Lipska will be next, and her project classic.
Можно презентацию, пожалуйста?
So the presentation, please. So today I have my magazine classic presented. That's the magazine unit which can be sold already. So if anyone is interested, I will show that to you. I have several items with me. So I have different examples of coverages. Each of them is dedicated to one Russian writer. Two series will be published: Golden Age of Russian Literature and the Silver Age. So what is the goal? I have prepared such a logo with disappearing letters. Why do they disappear? Because at school we have had a very boring attitude to classical literature, and as a result, an average Russian citizen doesn't understand Russian literature, doesn't know anything about Russian writers, and that's why I would like to provoke people's interest towards literature and its values. And we decided to provoke the interest to this topic, and a friend of mine and me decided to do that in a format of comic books, and we have prepared several comic books about Turgenev meeting Pushkin, about his participation in the revolution of 1848, and 7 parts are to be the part of the book. What kind of person he was, his schedule, his favorite things, interesting facts from his biography. Another part women, or part men if the book is dedicated to Tsutaeva or Akhmatova. And so here we talk about women and life of a writer, his muses, and another part in the light of, here we talk about his friends, enemies, his relations with power. Another part with the key text. I have devised the construction of the book. Literature map tells where a person has been, in which place, in which locations. And creativity tells about key issues, key problems of an author. Another department at the kitchen, we give recipes of the favorite dishes of a writer. And another part, cinematography, cinema. Here we talk about screening of different works of the author, and also interviews with directors or actors. And I thought that Russian literature is quite popular abroad. Films are shot, and Tolstoy, Dostoevsky, Chekhov are in top 50 of the most translated authors. Russian cultural institutes are very popular abroad. Why won't we use foreign teachers and students who are interested in Russian literature? Not make videos of places where Karamzin was in Germany, for instance. If it is the department literature map in the book, why won't we have some content for social media? And of course we can use different world languages for that. And first and foremost, I would like my book, my magazine, to be published in Russia and to be distributed in million+ cities. Thank you. And last cross-border project, Ben Garfield, War and Cheese, a movie which was shot in Russia.
Hello, my name is Ben Garfield. I'm the director of War and Cheese. Just want to say a big thanks for screening the film. It sounds like such a wonderful event, and what an amazing place to do screenings and have a festival. And I really wish I could be there. Instead, I'm in London on, as you can see, a quite uncharacteristically sunny day. This film was made in Russia a little while ago. It feels like a different world when this was made. He's stayed true to his dreams. He's still making cheese. So as much as the world has changed since then. So I hope you enjoy the film.
Ну, у меня есть мечта, мне Господь сейчас помогает ее реализовать. Самое большое препятствие было решиться. То есть это очень трудно решиться. Я понял, что я смогу изменить свою жизнь. И у нас сейчас есть исторический шанс, наконец, стать той страной, о которой мы все мечтаем. Мы никому другим не нужны, у нас нет друзей, нас никто не любит. Я продал 2 дорогие машины, я продал квартиру, я продал бизнес. Я написал у себя в блоге о том, что все, я становлюсь сыроваром. Тот день, когда ввели санкции, это было 7 августа 2014 года, я понял, что я меняю свою жизнь и открываю сыроварню, ферму. В России можно производить сыры, которые производятся в Европе, но ввозить нельзя. В Белгороде ездит сейчас бульдозер на границе, который давит горгонзолу, которую возят из Италии. И этот бульдозер, он мой союзник. Потому что пока он давит горгонзолу на границе, как государство меня щитом закрывает здесь от моих конкурентов, с которыми я не могу конкурировать. До введения санкций у меня был неплохой IT-бизнес. Потом была квартира в Подмосковье, где мы тоже жили. Потом я нашел сыр в списке санкционных товаров. Опа! Здесь живут работники сыроварни. Большинство из них беженцы с Донецка. Это раньше была частью Украины. Сейчас там была 2 года назад образована Донецкая Народная Республика. Вот их флаг. Трудно себя сопоставлять с теми героями, которые воевали за Россию, за русский народ на Донбассе и погибали. Я считаю, что я здесь в тылу вкладываю небольшие, все равно усилия, которые позволяют страну нашу усилить. Сыроварня называется «Русский пармезан», потому что производство русского пармезана и русского менталера – это ее цель. К сожалению, полную копию пармезана я не могу делать. У нас очень тяжелая ситуация с молоком, и по российским санитарным нормам я не имею права поставить медный котел и в нем варить сыр. То есть пармезан, грюйер, эмменталер, они все варятся в медных котлах. Я сейчас написал письмо в Государственную Думу Владимиру Абдуаличу Васильеву. Это просьба отменить этот запрет. Сейчас мы производим истринский сыр. Но на самом деле это беркезе, просто у нас люди не могут выговорить беркезе, и поэтому называем истринский сыр его. Варим лимбургер. Этот сыр очень известен, его даже Пушкин писал, и мы сейчас начали варить здесь его. Это моя спальня. Помещение небольшое. Здесь я сплю, но зато каждое утро, когда я просыпаюсь, я вижу макет будущей фермы. Я любуюсь на него. Вот посмотрите. Коровник, сенохранилище. Когда-нибудь, может быть, будет гостиница даже, конюшня. Я каждый день смотрю на это и встаю, иду это реализовывать. Маленькими шажочками, зато каждый день. По ночам снится страшный сон, один и тот же. Это страшный кошмар. Я просыпаюсь, меня начинает трясти мелкой дрожью. Я не знаю, что с собой поделать. Мне снится, что санкции отменили, и все закончилось. Если бы Обама, Меркель, Кэмерон сказали, что санкции у вас теперь на 15 лет, я бы им на следующей неделе памятник бы бронзовый поставил в полный рост с головкой сыра в руках, они втроем бы ее держали. Сейчас у меня надежды есть большие, что санкции навсегда, потому что они говорят, верните Крым Украине, и тогда мы все снимем. Но они не понимают, что Крым уже никто не вернет. Это невозможно. Как невозможно, как руку, ногу себе отрубить. Он это не сделает. Я написал письмо к Владимиру Путину. Я, когда открывал сыроварню, моя мечта была, чтобы сюда приехал президент, когда он решил присоединить Крым. Это отголосками выливается то, что открываются фермы, сыроварни. И у меня для него есть подарок, я его всегда жду. Лично для него лежит головка беркезе. Это сыр, который он ел, когда работал в Германии, в КГБ, был разведчиком. Это магазин при сыроварне. Здесь мы продаем наши сыры, а торгует здесь моя мама. А как будет дальше, я не знаю. Может быть, завтра все закончится. И все вернется опять, как было. Я это не хочу. Но я очень хочу помочь нашей стране преодолеть технологически отсутствие технологической подготовки, эту проблему. Поэтому я очень хочу, чтобы таких сыроварен в России было очень много. Нужно всего лишь 6 тысяч таких сыроварен, которые заработают на полную мощность, для того, чтобы, наконец, стать той страной, о которой мы все мечтаем. О большом едином русском государстве.
Следующими приглашаем. So our next presenters are the author of program once in the Crimea. So they're not present. That's why we watch the video.
Однажды в мастерской крупнейшего транспортного пассажирского предприятия Крыма опытный слесарь Алексей Митрофанович Щипчиков ломал Нет, не плоскогубцы и даже не напильник. Ломал голову, как же все-таки модернизировать одну штуковину. Кажется, у него получалось с помощью молотка и волшебных русских слов. Эти слова услышали даже в соседнем корпусе, где в приемной все того же крупнейшего предприятия Крыма ждал своей очереди на собеседование отличник учебы, комсомолец Василий Скороходов. Он с трудом скрывал волнение, ведь на кону была работа мечты.
Когда советские космические корабли начали бороздить просторы Вселенной, а бесстрашный Юрий Алексеевич Гагарин совершил свой первый полет, все мальчишки как один захотели стать космонавтами. Следом в списке престижных профессий шли дипломаты, телемастеры, капитаны дальнего плавания, конечно, и водители рогатых автобусов.
Так уж исторически сложилось, что именно троллейбус был основным городским электротранспортом в Союзе Советских Социалистических Республик.
В партии его считали хорошей альтернативой трамваю, который к тому времени был видом устаревшим. Вообще, своей популярностью рогатые обязаны Лазарю Кагановичу. Но с подачи Никиты Хрущева.
Прежде всего, троллейбус не требует рельсовых путей. Это дает громадную экономию. Троллейбус требует несравненно меньше металла. Троллейбус скорее набирает скорость, скорее тормозит, в связи с чем коммерческая его скорость выше трамвайной. На троллейбусе меньше изнашивается резина, чем у автобуса. На очереди и борьба с уличным шумом, производимым автомобилями и автобусами. Журнал «За рулем». 5 марта 1933 года.
Главным популяризатором этого вида транспорта в итоге стал Никита Хрущев, а уже в должности генерального секретаря организовал запуск первого междугородного горного троллейбусного маршрута между Ялтой и Симферополем. Стройка была действительно уникальной, сложнейший высокотехнологичный проект, которому не было аналогов ни у нас, ни у капиталистов.
В 1958 году началось строительство новой трассы. Вот десятки поворотов срезали, дорогу расширили от 6 до 8 раз. И первую очередь трассы до Алушты прошли в рекордно короткий срок, построили. До сегодняшнего дня таких темпов никто не повторил.
В то время рекордсменом была Англия. Там самый длинный троллейбусный маршрут составлял 51 километр.
Но и здесь Никита Сергеевич показал им Кузькину мать, побив их рекорд почти в 2 раза. Как-никак самая длинная троллейбусная трасса в мире.
Но наши 85 километров в книгу рекордов Гиннесса так и не попали. За фиксацию мирового рекорда нужно было заплатить несколько тысяч долларов.
Таких денег у Крым троллейбуса не было, поэтому рекорд остался незафиксированным. Капиталисты, что с них взять? Не чита советскому трудовому народу. В первую очередь трассы построили всего за 11 месяцев, а вот со второй не торопились. Она хоть и короче на 20 километров, но особенности рельефа требовали более тщательного подхода. Пришлось срезать пару-тройку крутых поворотов, соорудить несколько мостов, установить тысячи опор, протянуть километры кабеля. И все это для того, чтобы открыть путь в Ялту для троллейбусов и их пассажиров.
Основной проблемой для транспортников стал выбор типа троллейбуса. Во время испытаний отечественный МТБ-82 при движении порожняком дорогу преодолел без труда. Но когда в салон поместили груз, имитирующий массу пассажиров, машина не справилась. Двигатели советских рогатых не осиливали горный перевал, а на спусках у них перегревались тормозные колодки.
В итоге решили не изобретать велосипед, а купить чешскую «Шкоду». Улучшенные динамические характеристики, мощность двигателя, прочность кузова, ходовой и, что немаловажно, передовой дизайн.
Работал и на 9ТР попытался, и на 14ТР «Шкода». Ну, «Шкоду» я сколько, 11 лет проработал, но они были как-то в то время, своевременно, как-то надежные.
Вплоть до 70-х в Союзе в троллейбусы переоборудовали серийные самосвалы, тягачи и другие грузовики для экономии бензина. Тогда техника была, конечно, не такая современная, как сейчас, зато строили качественно и надежно.
Движение открыли, как это у нас водится, к очередной дате. 42-й годовщине Великой Октябрьской социалистической революции. Тогда товарищ Хрущев и вождь мирового пролетариата Ленин на головных машинах двигались навстречу друг другу. В виде портретов, конечно. Что тогда началось? Профессия водителя троллейбуса стала одной из самых престижных. Конкурс по 10 человек, а то и больше на место. И зарплаты вполне достойные. Чему некоторые, даже известные деятели культуры, вполне оправданно завидовали.
Когда я организовывал театр, в троллейбусах висели объявления: 6 месяцев учиться, зарплата от 250 до 300 рублей. А артист первой категории получал 120. Ехал в троллейбусе и думал, а 4 года учился и получаю 120, а тут всего 6 месяцев и 300. Не поддаться ли мне водить троллейбус? Юрий Любимов, режиссер, актер.
Справедливости ради, за баранку рогатых кого попало не садили. Отбирали только первоклассных водителей, без ДТП и нарушений правил дорожного движения, ранее работавших в Крыму и знавших условия вождения в горной местности.
Честно сказать, вот за 20 лет здесь каждый поворот, каждый, например, кривую, каждую, все уже наизусть почти что знаете. Это годами дается опыт тоже. Все же не могут. Например, некоторые городские хотят туда попасть. Хотят, тяжело здесь тоже. Свои нюансы есть.
Учитывая, что у товарища Скороходова опыта вождения было, мягко говоря, немного, да и со зрением не лады, водителем троллейбуса его не взяли. Но Василий оптимизма не терял, у него был запасной план. Кассы в то время еще не построили, и троллейбусы ходили с кондукторами. Им, кстати, выдавали такую же форму, что и водителям – синий костюм и берет. Только в этом можно было выходить в рейс.
Многие улыбнутся при упоминании этой профессии. Тем не менее, в 1959 году, чтобы попасть на работу в Крым троллейбус кондуктором, надо было пройти конкурс, где на одно место было 12 человек. Во многие вузы страны на сегодняшний день конкурс меньше. Причем самое интересное, когда открыли трассу, у нас кондуктора сразу выполняли две функции. Это обеспечение пассажиров, и вторая функция был экскурсовод.
Тогда троллейбусы ездили довольно медленно.
А все потому, что у них часто слетали штанги.
В итоге наши народные умельцы взялись апгрейдить некоторые узлы. В мастерских Симферопольского троллейбусного парка изобрели новый вид крепления штанги, чем вызвали крайнее восхищение чехословацких конструкторов. За усовершенствование получили диплом и медаль от Шкода. В итоге по всему миру стали появляться троллейбусы с нашей инновацией. Так и написали: головка токоприемника Симферопольская. За вековую историю каких только троллейбусов не было. Грузовые, гармошки, сочлененные, с прицепом и без, двухдверные, трехдверные. Кстати, трехдверная компоновка хоть и облегчала посадку и высадку пассажиров, но в Советском Союзе популярностью не пользовалась. Дело в том, что оплату за проезд собирал кондуктор, сидевший у задней двери, через которую заходили, а выходили, соответственно, через переднюю. Поэтому в СССР в основном поставляли троллейбусы в двухдверной версии. Вообще в советское время доверия к пассажирам было больше. На входе билеты никто не проверял, да и контролеры выходили на маршрут нерегулярно. Но оттого встречи с ними казались еще более непредсказуемыми и вызывали настоящую панику. Особенно когда звучало громкое и строгое: «Билетики приготовьте, пожалуйста!»
«Билетики приготовьте, пожалуйста!»
Тогда даже самые смелые из безбилетников превращались в дрожащих зайцев.
Ваш билетик где, лопоухий?
Увлекалось безбилетным проездом в основном юное поколение. Особенно те, кто не успел обзавестись красным галстуком. Пионеру-то обманывать не положено. Проехать на халяву – это целое искусство, овладеть которым считал своим долгом практически каждый студент или школьник. Уверенно стать на подножку. В глаза водителю не смотреть. Быстро пройти в салон. Встать у выхода. В крайнем случае прыжок и бег. Поведение, присущее зайцам.
Изначально троллейбусы работали с кондукторами в городе. Потом кондукторов стало не хватать, поставили такие вот кассы-полуавтоматы. Принцип действия простой. Кидаешь монетки, у нас монетки были тогда копейка, 2, 3, 5. Нажимаешь, выскакивает билет. Можно было даже кинуть 5 копеек, только сдачу не давал. Что наши люди нежумные придумали? Видели, что можно кидать пятак, начали штамповать кругляшки размером с пятак и кидать сюда. Щелкали, билетик есть, зайцев нету, все едут по билетам. Но вечером, когда снимали кассу, 25-30% металлолом.
Затем появились устройства с настораживающим названием «компостеры», пробивающие дырки в билетах разными рисунками. Кстати, наши умельцы и здесь отличились. Чехословацкие компостеры быстро ломались, и все те же ремонтники Симферопольского троллейбусного парка разработали свои вечные компостеры. Правда, иногда они были без ручки почему-то, но в целом конструкция оказалась безотказна и неубиваема.
У каждого человека свой отпечаток пальцев. Точно так же, как и у троллейбуса. Повторяющихся нет. Только в случае рогатых вместо пальцев – компостер. И попервой люди с большим удовольствием эти талончики пробивали. Все хотели посмотреть на причудливый узор. А потом и на цифры. Вдруг билет счастливый. В детстве такие счастливые билеты, загадав желание, съедали. Чтоб наверняка сбылось.
Может, погоня за этими счастливыми билетами и стала залогом того, что в советский период Крым-троллейбус был единственным троллейбусным предприятием в мире, которое приносило прибыль в $1 миллион в год. На горную трассу ежедневно выезжали 150 машин, совершая 500 рейсов в сутки и перевозя до 10 миллионов пассажиров в год. И ходили регулярно, с интервалом 2-3 минуты. Мало того, билеты на троллейбус в Алушту и Ялту продавали даже в кассах Ленинграда, Риги, Киева, Харькова и Москвы.
Ехать, конечно, долго. Горный маршрут все-таки. Кстати, самый дешевый и в то же время живописный способ увидеть Чатырдак, Кемерджи, Медведь-гору, Ботанический сад, многочисленные южнобережные дворцы и еще уйму всего. Или просто неспешно прокатиться в свое удовольствие.
Так, как это 30 лет кряду делал наш герой. Основатель рабочей династии Василий Скороходов. И его супруга, которую он повстречал здесь же. И их сын, и 2 внучки, а вскоре и правнук. Целая эпоха. Эпоха рогатых автобусов.
Следующая участница Яна.
Next participant, Яна Карабицына. Is she here? So, let's look at her video Ethnic Festival.
Танцевальный коллектив «Ангт», что в переводе с корякского «праздник», под Хабаровск в село Сикачи-Алян приехал с Камчатки. В репертуаре ансамбля танцы, песни и обряды коренных малочисленных народов полуострова – коряков, ительменов, эвенов, чукчей.